Hi loves, in today's video we're going to be discussing the tween and teen queens of the 1990s and 2000s, Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen and Lindsay Lohan. This video is a compilation video, so it's going to be broken into two parts. The first part is going to be about Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, and then the second part is going to be all about Lindsay Lohan. This video is going to cover absolutely everything from them being child stars to their teen years when they were just absolute juggernauts and everywhere, and then into their adulthood and what is happening with them in current day. So there's a lot to go over, and I will leave linked in the description box and the pinned comment the sources for everything I've used to make these videos, the articles and videos and clips and everything that I've referenced. And also I will leave a link for my main channel, Coffee and Cults, and my other channels and social media and all of that stuff will be linked down there as well. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoy the video. Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen are the most successful and famous child stars of all time. And back during the 90s and the early 2000s, the millions of kids that looked up to them thought that they had the perfect life. But behind the scenes, things were very far from perfect for the Olsens, and they've even said that they wouldn't wish their childhood on anyone. Unfortunately, the exploitation of the Olsens and their fame continued well into their adulthood, and as they entered their 20s, things turned much darker. So that's what we're going to be discussing today, the incredibly successful and terrible careers of Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, and why, after spending their entire life in the spotlight, they both decided to completely walk away from Hollywood. We'll also be exploring the commodification of Mary-Kate and Ashley before they even could walk or talk, why they have such disdain for the media, and the devastating aspects of their stories, including the tragic passing of another wildly popular 90s and 2000s actor, Heath Ledger. We'll also be covering how the Olsen machine and the enormous success of the Olsen sisters didn't just consume their own lives, but the lives of many people surrounding them, including their other sister, Elizabeth Olsen. And finally, we'll be looking at where Mary-Kate and Ashley are today, whether there's truth to the alleged rift between them, and how being the most successful, famous, billionaire child stars impacted their relationships, their lives, and them. In July 2003, Vanity Fair published one of its most iconic covers ever, featuring some of the most well-known teen stars of the time. There were stars like Hilary Duff, Lindsay Lohan, Raven-Symoné, Amanda Bynes, Evan Rachel Wood, Alexis Bledel, and Mandy Moore. If you ask most millennial women who they looked up to as a kid and a teen, they're probably going to list someone who was on this cover. You've got the Disney icons like Lindsay Lohan, Raven-Symoné, and Hilary Duff, who put the Disney Channel on the map and launched the TV, movie, music star combo that laid the foundation for the next Disney teen juggernauts like Miley Cyrus, Selena Gomez, and Demi Lovato. And while she wasn't a Disney star at the time, Mandy Moore did go on to become a Disney princess, and she was featured on the iconic cover for being a successful pop star, but she'd also recently gone into the teen movie genre with the 2002 A Walk to Remember. You also had the face of Nickelodeon, Amanda Bynes, who the previous year had ended The Amanda Show and done Big Fat Liar with Frankie Muniz. That summer, she was launching her movie career with her in the lead role of What a Girl Wants, and at the time she also was starring in a show on the WB, which was the teen network, and that show was What I Like About You. Also representing the WB on the cover was Alexis Bledel, who was in the hugely successful Gilmore Girls. You also had Evan Rachel Wood, who was newer to the teen idol genre, and she had just starred in the massively successful and very impactful coming-of-age film 13 that came out that same year in 2003, and also starred future Twilight star Nikki Reed and was directed by future Twilight director Catherine Hardwicke. As you just heard, the women and girls featured on this cover weren't just successful, they were some of the most successful child and teen stars ever. But there was two other teen stars at this shoot, and while the picture I'm showing you is the entire shoe. The actual Vanity Fair cover, because it was a fold-out cover, the cover featured in the center Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen. Despite the star power at this shoe, most of the actresses who've spoken about it in the past 25 years and the people who were involved with putting it together have all said how everybody else at the shoe was completely starstruck by the Olsen twins. Hilary Duff is probably the person who's spoken about the cover the most, and she said that she couldn't believe that she was going to be on the cover of Vanity Fair with the Olsen twins. She's also told stories in the past about how when she's been asked to pick a moment to say when she realized I've really made it, she said it was when she was at a party with the Olsen twins. Just like most millennials, the women at the shoe grew up watching the Olsen twins, and there is no other child stars in history like Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, period. Their story is unbelievably fascinating in so many different ways, from how big of a child stars they were, how they became so famous and had been famous their entire life, how they made billions, which is very, very hard to do in the entertainment industry, never mind as children. Their story definitely took an interesting turn when at 18, when they could make their own decisions, they largely stopped acting altogether, bar a few projects that Mary-Kate did individually. Also, the fact that they transitioned into the fashion industry and were incredibly successful there too. They are a lot of positives, obviously, but there's also a fascinating story to them from a horrible side. How they were exploited, how they were treated both in a work capacity with their schedule, what they were put through as kids, but also how they've been treated by the media and especially the paparazzi over the years that they've been famous, which is to say their entire life. Of course, most people know that Mary-Kate and Ashley started acting when they were only 6 months old, and what are you doing? I thought she was going to jump, like, there's a couch there, so that she's going to jump and then slide with the blanket, so I was just a bit concerned there. But most people know Mary-Kate and Ashley have been acting since they were 6 months old. They got the part on Full House, according to the legend, that they got that part because they were the only twins that didn't cry. And then John Stamos and other people have spoken about how the first season they cried a lot, and John Stamos, who had a stake in the show and wasn't just starring in it, he actually tried to get them fired, and they brought in another set of twins, but then they didn't perform to his liking either, and so he brought back the Olsen twins then. The Olsen twins, when they were cast, it wasn't going to be known if they were going to do a season or 3 seasons or what, and obviously they didn't know how long the show was going to go on for, and it went on for 8 seasons with the Olsen twins being on the show the entire time. Originally, when the show started, they didn't want it known that it was twins playing the part. So the beginning of the show, they billed it as Mary-Kate Ashley Olsen, but later on, of course, they broke the names up, and people became not only really happy that they were twins playing on the show, but they went on to have this massive media empire, but they also were at one stage the second most popular people on TV, only behind Bill Cosby. Of course, most people know why they cast twins and triplets in Hollywood, and it's all to do with child labor laws, because you only have a finite amount of time with a kid. They can only work a certain amount of time, and the younger the kid is, the less time it is. With babies, it's only 20 minutes at a time, so you get 40 minutes with twins. And also the fact that they're kids, they're not trained performers, or, well, Ashley and Mary-Kate have said that they wouldn't wish their childhood on anyone because they became, to quote them, trained monkey performers. But because kids are kids, if one twin's having a meltdown, then they can bring in the other kid and still continue shooting, because as I've spoken about in a lot of videos, it's extremely expensive to produce a TV show, and even a kid having a meltdown for 20 minutes can cost a lot of money. So now a lot of shows do twins, and even I think it's Grey's Anatomy has had triplets playing roles too. One of Meredith's kids, I believe, is played by triplets. Mary-Kate and Ashley were paid pretty much minimum wage the beginning of Full House, and they would be dropped to the set because a lot of producers and people involved with TV won't want, especially the parents or the mother on set, because they say it distracts the child. And then when the child's trying to perform or they're trying to get a baby to perform, they'll want to just go to their mom because they'll see their mom behind the camera. So they were given acting coaches who were also kind of handlers for them. And there's many, many behind the scenes videos of Full House where you see them as like little kids sitting on camera, and one of their acting coaches is behind the camera telling them, say this, say got it, dude, and just really coaching them like that. And I will talk about this more towards the end of the video, but there's been plenty of other child stars who've spoken out about how awful they felt for Mary-Kate and Ashley and how coached they observed them being. And the other child stars have also spoken about how when Mary-Kate and Ashley were really young, that they used to motivate them with food, and they would have cups of M&Ms behind the camera that they would shake, not even give them, to get them to say and do what they wanted to on camera. And what I found really interesting about doing this video is obviously, like, I grew up watching them. I grew up watching interviews with them and their shows and movies and books and all the other million things that we'll talk about. But what is interesting now as like a fully grown adult woman to watch their interviews is how incredibly coached they seem. They seem like they're reading lines when they're being interviewed as real people. And whenever I watched so many interviews for this video, you see the same thing said over and over again. And one of the things that seems to be the biggest bit of coaching that they had was about the story of how they got started in Hollywood and their empire. Because when you listen to just them and just their dad, because their mom doesn't do any media or interviews or anything, like she does not speak, the dad, and then there's also this lawyer that they had called Robert Thorne, who was originally brought in to negotiate their Full House contract. It went from minimum wage up to 25 grand, and eventually they were making 80 grand towards the end of Full House. Full House started in 1987, and in 1993, after Robert Thorne had negotiated their contract, this is when the Olsen media empire starts being built. And Robert Thorne was the CEO of their production company Dual Star until they turned 18, when he was let go. And even in his statement, reading between the lines, he says things like, oh, they want to take over, but this might have been sooner than I thought, or a few years before I thought that I'd basically be pushed out. And I was rewarded handsomely, and I don't mind as long as I'm taken care of with money, basically. But this Robert Thorne coming in was the fork in the road of Mary-Kate and Ashley being successful child stars, and that was what they did. Like the other kids on the show and other kids that were on 80s and 90s shows, or going into building a media empire, because Robert Thorne was the CEO of their company Dual Star, but he constantly comes up as really the driving force behind it, along with their dad. And again, the story that really you see them repeating in interviews, I mean, even as tiny children, like they look 3 years old, and in interviews, people are asking them, oh, you don't want to play? Like, you just like to work? And they're just like, yeah, we like to work. Yeah.
Do you ever get tired of the work and just think, you know what, I don't want to work anymore. Let's just go play.
No.
You like work?
Yeah.
Can't believe that adults used to like be like, oh yeah, that's normal. And all of these interviewers asking them these bizarre questions that we'll get into when they're teenagers, much worse ones.
What size are you, by the way?
Size?
Yeah, I always like to know.
Sure.
You're not sure?
But I totally understand what Mary-Kate is said in her Mary Claire interview, where she talked about how she wouldn't wish their childhood on anyone. And when she looks at like pictures of them as kids, she doesn't feel like any sort of connection to it. And she just felt like they were trained little performers, because that's what they were. You can see in interviews, especially, just how they have the same mannerisms and they deliver things the exact same way that they do in their TV and movie stuff. Because with the greatest of respects, they're not the best actresses. Like, if you look at the Vanity Fair cover shoot, just the other actresses are much better performers, but there's something about Mary-Kate and Ashley that made them so successful. And I do think a big part of it is how they come across, how they are relatable and everything like that. But also it is the machine behind them, because they did so much publicity, and Full House was just a great entryway because it was a successful show. It wasn't so successful in the first season or two, but they did become a juggernaut of a show. And so that sort of gateway, as I said, they were like the second most popular characters on TV, and then you get this lawyer come in that blows them up into something else entirely, and it just becomes a machine. And I can't imagine what it was like for them, because they just never ever stopped. Like, everything that you look into with them, it's not just that they were doing Full House and then they did all these movies and then they did, you know, all the interviews and promotion stuff. They also were doing unbelievable amounts of in-person, like, meet and greets. They would go on cruises with people, and they did all sorts of like mall performances and going here, going there. It's really like, you read statistics about how 1 in 6 British people have met a member of the royal family. I honestly believe 1 in 6 millennial women have met the Olsen twins. And I'm going to try and not call them the Olsen twins, because I know they don't like that. But I mean, not that they're watching this video, but just to respect their wishes. If you just look at the in-person appearances of Mary-Kate and Ashley, never mind all of the other stuff they did, which we'll get into in a second, it's unbelievable. And I think that the in-person stuff gets really glossed over a lot, because obviously there's not as much physical evidence of it, and you just didn't really have social media and stuff to really share it as much as, you know, people who are doing meet and greets and stuff now. But if now a grown-up actor was doing this many in-person appearances, a grown-up actor who it was their decision to get into the industry and it's their decision whether they want to do these meet and greets, people would be saying, how the hell are they doing all of these appearances? And that's not even talking about everything else they were doing, the movies, the shows, the books, the products, and everything else that just was pumped out by Dual Star with their name and faces on it. I'm sure there were thousands of kids, actually I know there were thousands of kids who some of their fondest childhood memories were meeting Mary-Kate and Ashley. I have friends who've met them as kids. I've read hundreds of comments while researching this video from people who did meet them at the mall or go to a theme park that they were appearing at, or they went on one of these cruises. And if you see these clips, especially of them as really little kids, it's honestly just sad. They just look like little dolls that have been put on chairs and posed. And I'm sure I'm showing you clips on the screen of this because I've been able to find a fair amount of them, because there were so many. Even people back in the 90s that were recording this amount that's been put online, you have to realize that this was probably such a small percent, and I've been able to find so many, but they just look like they would rather be anywhere else. They look bored, tired, and as kids come up to them, they're obviously, you know, getting a picture taken, and most of the time they're handing them a signed picture, which they've clearly sat in a room and pre-signed, or someone else has signed, and it's just like the second that they say smile, you know, the faces light up, they smile, and then the second the camera is down or they've taken the picture, it just drops. And of course that's going to happen when people are taking pictures, but it's just such an extreme, and seeing it with little kids, it really just, it's sad to look at. And this is nothing against them. They were kids, not even making their own decisions, and how small they are in some of these clips. The best way to describe it is they look like they're in standby mode all of the time. And then when the camera comes on, they perform, recite their lines, whatever it is, and then they just go back to standby mode. I don't mean like this in any way against them, or, you know, they also, what, saying that they look bored and stuff. They were little kids, like they weren't making any of the decisions. Some of these meet and greets, they're like 4 and 5 by what I can estimate. So it was nothing to do with them. This is a criticism of the people who were making these decisions. And we'll talk more about like the paparazzi, the treatment of them, everything that happened with Heath Ledger and the treatment of them around that, and stuff that they have done as adults that I don't agree with, and their careers as fashion designers and things. Not that I don't agree with that. There's a comment in there. But when you watch these clips and videos of these meet and greets, and also the thousands and thousands of paparazzi videos of them, especially when they were teenagers and in their early 20s, the behind the scenes videos too.
Is there any time that you wish, oh, I wish I was just a regular, normal child who doesn't work?
No, no.
What do people say to you when they come up to you?
Can I have your autograph? Can I have your autograph? Take a picture.
So many behind the scenes clips and videos and interviews where it's clearly, you know, in between them being asked questions or when they're getting ready to film for Full House, and you just feel bad for them. Like there's so many points where their acting coach is like, you don't want to do this, do you? They look just exhausted. And as I said a few times, they have said they wouldn't wish their upbringing on anyone. They have also said, like, obviously they wouldn't change it because they're billionaires. They have never had to even think about money. But I do think that it is very, very telling that you don't ever see these people who were really, really successful child stars, like massive stars, have their kids go into Hollywood as young kids. Yes, there's like people in the past who did it because their career didn't turn into such a big thing and maybe they're having money issues, and you see nepo babies and all of that. But most of the nepo babies, they become stars at like teens or early 20s, and even so, most of the nepo babies, their parents became successful as adults and they keep their kids out of it as kids, because it would have been very easy for a lot of these nepo babies to become, you know, I mean, the name, everything, to go in their parents' projects. And sometimes they will. Like I know Adam Sandler and stuff like that would have his kids appear in little roles in his stuff, but you don't see the likes of Mary-Kate and Ashley, because Ashley's had a baby now, and all of the other ones pushed their kids into it and put their kids in it, because my interpretation of it is that they do not want their kids to go through what they did. She has momentarily left because she was concerned someone was going to come in the house, because there was like people doing work outside the window for a second, and she does not like strangers. And I think she thought they were going to knock on the door, and normally if someone knocks on the door, she runs upstairs to bed so that this is a window up there so she can like look and make sure that nobody's coming in our house. So I'm sure she'll be back in a minute. But I just wanted to discuss some kind of behind the scenes things and other stuff about the Olsens' kind of schedules and the way that they were these seemed like little robots in the public eye for their entire first 18 years. Because I think that as well, back in the 90s and 2000s, definitely the 90s, people did kind of believe what a lot of celebrities were telling them. And you see the Olsens on these talk shows and anytime they're interviewed, and they're always, like I was saying, oh no, we like to work. And even when you see their dad, because like I said, their mom doesn't do any media appearances or interviews, and then also the manager Robert Thorne, who became the CEO of Dual Star and was their manager basically for the first 18 years. As I said, he was pushed out at 18. I did mention his statement earlier that definitely seemed to detect that he was not expecting this, but he also had just moved from LA to New York when Mary-Kate and Ashley had moved to New York to go to NYU in 2004. And he'd also just bought a $3.35 million penthouse apartment in the same building as them. And they didn't actually become the CEOs at 18. They put someone else, a woman, in charge, Diane Reichenberg, and she served as CEO from 2005 until 2008. And they were like the presidents. Ashley was the CEO of Dual Star, but Dual Star doesn't exist anymore. It was kaput in 2023 after 30 years, but they have obviously the Row now. The Row was under Dual Star originally, but Ashley is the CEO and CFO of the Row. And Mary-Kate is the creative director. I know there's a lot of moving parts we're talking about here, but there's just so much to cover with them. But when you see all of these interviews with them, with people connected to them, obviously sometimes they are asked, aren't these kids doing a lot? Isn't doing 1 to 2 movies a year and a TV show and all these appearances and going on all these talk shows like Letterman and My Friend Rosie O'Donnell and all of these other things that they were doing? Isn't this a lot for very small children and even teenagers? And it's always, like I said, we like to work. And oh no, well, when we go and film this movie in Paris, we get to go to Paris. And it's like, sure, you're going to Paris, but I would bet pretty much all the money in my bank account that I don't think that they will have seen anything in Paris, London, Hawaii, outside of a soundstage, or, if they were out on the street filming, or the inside of a hotel room, or the set of an interview or a publicity appearance that they did to promote their brand while in the country or to promote the movie. I just can't imagine that was a thing. And I know I've talked a lot about their media empire and the behind the scenes and their kind of coaching and stuff, but I really think that stuff isn't talked about at all, really. And I know most people know kind of their story and how they were putting out this constant flow of TV shows and movies. They obviously did Full House for 8 seasons. And what really also isn't talked about a lot is how Full House, the deal that was with ABC Family, that they went on then to have other TV shows and movies, that was struck while they were on Full House, but they didn't put it out publicly. And when they did put out publicly that when Full House was ending, the Olsens had a deal to do another TV show through ABC Family, and that show ended up being Two of a Kind, they actually released that information at this convention in Las Vegas. And the day that they announced it at a theme park that the Olsens were appearing at. And there was over 15,000 people that, again, this is like when there was no social media to promote things, showed up to just walk by the Olsens basically in the middle of summer in 105 degrees. So if I haven't made it clear how insanely famous and overworked these children were, I mean, that's it in a nutshell. As I'm sure most people will remember, along with these TV shows, Full House for 8 seasons, Two of a Kind for 1 season, and then they also had the animated show Mary-Kate and Ashley in Action, but they did produce 1 to 2 movies a year as well, and then they had these ongoing series kind of specials that are You're Invited and The Adventures of Mary-Kate and Ashley, and these would be, they would do You're Invited to birthday parties and all of these sort of like theme parks and stuff. And those would constantly go out. And then they would have The Adventures of Mary-Kate and Ashley, which is like a detective thing. They also had books of those as well. And then the movies, they did 1 movie through most of their childhood up until like 10. And they were in the beginning being paid $500,000 for the first few movies when they were like 5, 6, 7. Then it would go up to 1 million. And when they were going into their teens and like very late tweens, they were making 1 to 1.6 million. And they actually had something in their contract that if the movie came in under budget, they would get more money, which again just raises such alarm bells to me for kids, because I wouldn't be surprised if to get under budget there was some sort of overworking of them going on. And when they're younger, they're doing the one movie a year, Switching Goals, Passport to Paris, Billboard Dad. And then when they're entering like their very early teens, they start doing the movies that I mentioned where they go abroad, like Winning London, When in Rome, Our Lips Are Sealed. I honestly wouldn't be surprised with these movies that they shot in other countries if there was a tax credit, if the parents wanted to go and have like a vacation, because while they were filming, the parents weren't, and the parents weren't on set with them a lot, even in the Full House days. And I also wouldn't be surprised if there was something with them being able to work longer hours in these other countries. Plenty of child stars over the years have spoken about how they constantly ran over their hours, and Mary-Kate and Ashley's movies are produced by Dual Star, their company, ran by their managers, hired by their parents, all people who got filthy rich off the business of Mary-Kate and Ashley working. Of course, this is just my own speculation, but especially for the amount of content they were producing, I find it extremely hard to believe they were working only these strict, finite amount of hours. Their production company is in charge, and when shooting constantly in different countries, it definitely would make it much harder, in my opinion, to track and easier to do what you want. And by you, I of course mean the people that were in charge at Dual Star at the time. This is also primarily the 90s and very early 2000s. I wouldn't think they're doing hot costs or like hour tracking by hand, like even back then, as that's quite old fashioned. But I'm confident they will have been doing what most other people do, which is track time on paper first on shooting days and then putting it in digitally, and then the line manager can run the numbers that way. It would be very easy to manipulate the hours, and there have been countless child stars who've talked about being asked to stay late or not report exact hours. Alison Stoner, who was a big Disney child star, she wasn't quite as big as Mary-Kate and Ashley, and she was a little bit younger than them, but the same time-ish. She did have a big machine behind her as well.
I am 12, and I am a machine.
And she had a lot of adults making ridiculous money off her ability to work. And she's spoken on her podcast about how she was really, really overworked as a child because Mary-Kate and Ashley had a finite amount of time to get these movies out. Because in the early days of Full House, they're doing the movies in the hiatus, which isn't a lot of time, especially with kids. And in the teens, they're doing these movies with like this fast turnaround because they've got so many other things going on. In 2000, they released Dolls.
Really cool. It would be so much fun to hang out with them. We can! They're twins, looking so cool. Mary-Kate and Ashley gonna have fun now. Riding horses with Mary-Kate. Ashley loves to dance ballet. Now we're getting our PJs for sleepover. Did we hear sleepover? Cool. Mary-Kate and Ashley dolls come with 3 outfits and lots of stuff, each sold separately.
From their hit ABC Family Show, it's the Mary-Kate and Ashley So Little Time fashion dolls. Trendy outfits, cool lockers. Mary-Kate and Ashley So Little Time 10-inch fashion dolls. Each doll sold separately. Dolls do not stand on their own.
And they became like the best-selling dolls. Like they surpassed the Spice Girls. They also just had like every possible thing you could think of in merch. Like they really were the first kind of mass merch. And they had 14 square feet at every single Walmart. They had stuff in 50 to 100 stores around the world. And I mean, there's just like so many insane stats about them. Like their stuff was the biggest selling kids line ever. They were turning over within like the first 2 years $970 million worth of merch, and they did become billionaires from it, which is insane for children and is also insane for someone from the entertainment industry as essentially actors. But like I said, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if there was something to do with like them being able to make these movies quicker in other countries, or there probably was definitely like some sort of tax incentive, because I know like obviously my experiences in the UK, like the Isle of Man, really specifically when I was a kid, because I didn't move to Tampa until I was 16. But when I was doing like stuff on sets, like you actually had to have a work permit, like you have to apply through the government. And even when like I had a job at like a fish and chip shop when I was 13, I had to do that too. Essentially in the UK, any job that you have under 16, you have to apply for a work permit. When I was going to sets, like it was for a few days at a time. Like it was nothing like them. Hi guys, editing Ash here. Sorry the lights aren't on. As you can see, G would not appreciate that right now because it's very late. But I just wanted to say, like, comparing or comparison wasn't the right word to use there. I obviously I'm just sharing like a tiny little bit of my experience, because that's what I do in a lot of these videos. I research something, talk about the whole story, and then if I have like a little tiny bit of relevant experience or I know someone or something like that, but I just want to be clear that like there's it's not even like that they won the World Cup for soccer and I'm playing kid pee-wee soccer. It's not even that. Like they won the World Cup in soccer. They won a gold medal at the Olympics and I picked up a soccer ball in a store once. Like that's the level of comparison that we're talking about here. I don't want anyone to think that like oh, who does she think she is and stuff like that. Like I'm just literally saying like this was what I experienced in these little tiny things that I did when I was a kid. I've actually read that's fairly common for ADHD people to do, and I know a lot of my audience are ADHD, so they'll probably understand. And not to go on an ADHD tangent, but people who this is their first video are probably thinking this woman is nuts. But anyway, back to past me. And it was absolutely fun for me, nothing but a positive experience. But I was going and like doing it in the summer, and my mum was there. Like my mum actually was in, like when they needed extras and stuff, they would always use her. She passed away like when I was quite young, so there's movies like Relative Values, that was the first movie that I ever did with Julie Andrews and Colin Firth and Jean Triplehorn. And there's you can't actually see her face, but I'll try and find the clip, and you can just see her like running in the background at this airport scene. And I have nothing but amazing experiences, but again, like mine is not even a drop in the ocean of what they experienced, because they were machines. This was just not even a job to them. And that's why at 18, when it was their decision, they decided we're done. Even if you see their sister, Elizabeth Olsen, who is obviously a very successful actress now too, she is in a few little bits of their shows and movies and stuff.
And there was like after school care was like just like going to set, because there are a lot of adults around that can watch you. And sometimes they would throw me in things, and sometimes I would just read or do homework or whatever.
And she's talked in interviews, there's a Vanity Fair interview, and she talks about how she felt as a kid that it was so much work and a job, and that's why she didn't really want to work as a kid. But because she was on set all the time, sometimes they would just stick her in something if they, you know, needed a kid to say a line or needed extras or something like that.
Going to set felt like a job. And so I think it actually made me not want to work as a child.
And she obviously doesn't talk about her sisters really a lot. And anytime she is asked anything along the lines of, did you ever want to be them? Or did you want to ever trade places with them? Like people can't even finish the question before she's like, no, like immediately no.
Share a birthday with her twin sisters.
Ooh, Gemini.
So I've always felt a special connection with them.
G and I are just butting in to paint a picture for our audio only listeners, because Elizabeth Olsen has the same thing that I have with my face, obviously not in looks, but she cannot hide what she is thinking on her face. And the second that the caller said, I feel like I share a special connection with your sisters, you could see her face shifted slightly as if to be like, what the fuck is this person gonna say? Because I'm sure that she's heard that many times throughout her life.
I wanted to ask if given the chance, would she switch places with them to where she would be the child actor and they would be able to have a more normal childhood.
And then when the call is starting to say, would you ever want to like switch lives with them? And she's like shaking her head. I just wanted to add that it's not just the like little bit that I'm going to show you that she says at the end, because a lot of people tell me that they only like listen to these videos, which I should take that as do not put so many like clips and bits of b-roll in, because that absolutely is what takes the longest to do the videos. Could probably get videos out faster then, but there we go. Anyway, back to past me.
Okay, now would you ever want to trade lives with either of your sisters?
Nope.
And also occasionally you'll see like paparazzi videos and clips from the paparazzi coming up to Elizabeth Olsen, and she'll be asked about her sisters, and sometimes, well, most of the time they're like super rude, and they'll be like, oh, why are you so much nicer than your sisters? And she normally like doesn't respond, but there's been a couple of times that she said, oh, well, you basically like harassed them and ruined their lives, so no wonder they're not nice to you. And there's one particular clip where she does respond like that and says,
you look good. How come you're so much nicer than your sisters?
You guys been bothering them for a whole life.
We don't bother them. You know, you got to remember we're part of it, though. You know.
And the paparazzi then starts going at her and saying, oh, well, no one would know you exist if it wasn't for us, and like we're part of the whole machine.
Without us, nobody would even know you're alive, right?
And she doesn't say anything else because she seems like a respectful person, but she has sunglasses on, but you can just see that she seems to be filling with absolute rage. And I can't imagine like what's that like for her and people having this image and how her sisters were treated too, because she does seem like very protective of them, even though obviously she's the younger sister. And I do think that in her just made me think about how trained the Olsen twins had to be. I call them the Olsen twins. How trained Mary-Kate and Ashley had to be able to not react in so many different ways, because yes, like as they got older and when they were over 18 and making their own decisions, a lot of the time, you know, like they always hold their hand up to their face and they will always, you know, try and get away from the paparazzi and stuff. But you very, very, very rarely, I think there's like a couple of times that Mary-Kate's like had a reaction and things like that, but most of the time they will just say, leave us alone, or you need to get off the property and stuff like that. They don't ever really have like massive blow-ups. Of course, there's been like a couple of times, but for how harassed they were. And when you look at like all these interviews and all the questions that they were asked, like so inappropriate and so gross, like about their bodies and their weight and sexuality and all of these things, like they never ever react and they always just laugh everything off. And to be so highly trained as little kids, I mean, of course, you know, kids are different, and like some kids are really easygoing, and like I've talked before about how my brother, like my mom passed away when he was really young, and he's kind of like a brother's son. He's a really easygoing kid. Like he is so laid back. He was so good as a kid, but you know, all kids are different. And so I think about them and like maybe they were like relaxed kids, but to be so trained, to be able to just recite these lines, to, you know, go and appear and snap a smile on and all of that, like I can't imagine what it took to get them to perform not only in shows, in movies, and to such an extent that they are filming non-stop, constantly filming movies, shows, whatever, but also to instill this ability to just recite the right answer, to recite exactly what they've been told to say, because like I said, everything about their childhood and how their machine was built, it's all bullshit. Like all these interviews about, oh yeah, like we don't really work, but we love to work and this and that, and oh yeah, we have plenty of time to do this and that. Like, I'm sorry, there's no possible way on earth you build this machine with all of these movies, shows, all of that, and they're having any semblance of not even normality, but just having a life that isn't 100% a production machine 24/7. And so that they're having this constant like performance like all of the time, and even when they are asked in interviews questions that you can tell they haven't been sort of briefed for, that there isn't that them being able to pull out of their brain the exact line they've been told, you can see them really struggle. Like Rosie O'Donnell had them on her show a lot, and like Rosie's really good with kids, obviously she has a lot of kids, and she asks them a lot of questions that I don't think that they would have been like prepped for, like just off the cuff sometimes, like, oh, like what foods do you really like and stuff. I mean, these are like when they're really little, and you can see they're sort of like a little bit panicked because all the other questions, it just like comes out like very robotic. And then in interviews where somebody is being inappropriate, I mean, there's so many inappropriate interviews, but when someone is asking them questions that it seems are way over the line, and that they also have maybe said, hey, this is like a topic that's off the table, there is a real sort of malfunction. And like, I'm not, this isn't any sort of knock on them. This is, you know, the machine that created them and the people that were involved with that. But when they were just turning 18, the last ever movie they did together, like the last movie that their dual star company put out, was New York Minute. And it was actually the movie that had like a opening in a theater. The only other movie of theirs that did that was It Takes Two. And the New York Minute movie, like they did a lot of promotion for, like they went on SNL and everything, and they did a bunch of interviews. But when this movie was being promoted is when Mary-Kate went into treatment for her ED. They did do interviews together for it, and Mary-Kate was at the premiere and stuff, but there's a lot of interviews where it's just Ashley. And there's one interview in particular with this Australian outlet where they start the entire interview by really questioning her about what's going on with Mary-Kate, what's her health like. And they had put out a statement saying that she'd gone into treatment, but you can see in this interview that I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of agreement, like, we're going to say at the top of the interview, you know, Mary-Kate's getting the help that she needs or something like that. But the interviewer like keeps asking Ashley like question after question after question.
And how's Mary-Kate doing?
Good. It's, actually kind of perfect timing. I know we're supposed to be there and, be there with you guys, but it's kind of, she needs to think about herself and take care of herself right now until, before she could go ahead and, please other people. So it's kind of worked out perfectly.
And you can see that she's really uncomfortable because obviously she is like probably going through a very difficult time. Like her sister is going through a very difficult time. It's something very sensitive.
Well, it must be good too because, obviously you do have the film to promote, but it's obviously something that she felt she needed to do. So obviously a tough decision to make.
Right. And so I'm here, and she's here in spirit supporting the film.
And tough for you, and for a sister anyway, but also being a twin, seeing your sister having to go through something like this?
Yeah, I think, it's hard, but at the same time, we're so thankful that all of our fans and everyone are being really supportive. So it's good.
And he just keeps poking at her. And you can see also, in my opinion, she's probably been told, do not actually say that she's receiving treatment for this, or don't say like what the issue is or something, because she's like talking around the issue the whole time.
Kate is going through. Is it something that you worry about being, you are role models?
I've heard from our fans saying, it's, such a brave thing that she's done. And, so many people suffer from the same thing. It's not just, it's, so many people suffer from this. And, we've gotten so much support because I think everyone realizes that, it is an issue that people, don't necessarily always talk about, or, I don't know. It's a big issue. And so the fact that she's, taking, responsibility and, taking care of herself, I think people really respect that.
And you can see her kind of panicking, and they do say, a lot, like a lot of people do. I know there's points that I do as well, but she's saying every other word. It's just like, because she's obviously so uncomfortable. But it seems like this was one of the cases where she didn't have that like exact verbatim like recited answer to pull up, and it just got really, really uncomfortable. And the interview was so inappropriate throughout the rest of it too, like asking a really bizarre questions about like what was it like filming in a miniskirt when like people were doing like a crowd surfing thing, and why out of all the questions you can ask this just turned 18-year-old and you're a fully grown man. Like, I mean, honestly, the questions get worse and worse as they get older, but there's so many situations like that where you can see that there isn't that like exact robotic answer that they're supposed to give, and it is like a malfunction. And I really like don't mean this against them. This is a complete criticism of the machine that produced them, and like the obviously like Hollywood, them, not like them as people, and the people who were putting this 18-year-old on national television to talk about her sister who was receiving treatment. I'm going to actually correct myself in real time here because it saved myself in editing, Ash. I just said that Ashley was 18 when she did that interview. She might have still been 17 because this New York Minute movie was coming out when they were 18, just 18. And a lot of these old interviews, it's hard to find like the exact date that it was uploaded because a lot are re-uploads and clips and stuff. So I can't 100% say whether she was 17 or 18, but my criticism remains. And I think, honestly, the questions that were being asked of any young woman, it would have been inappropriate. And the questions about Mary-Kate would have been inappropriate regardless of the age. But the reason that I wanted to mention that is because when they were promoting New York Minute, I do think that a lot of the promotion that I'm looking back at now did have this they're almost 18 vibe to it. And the most egregious was when they were on Saturday Night Live. And honestly, when I saw the Saturday Night Live thing, it like hurt my heart hearing it, because I just, again, like I watched this after I'd watched so many clips and interviews, and I saw like all of their SNL performance, and the rest of the performance, it was to promote New York Minute, and it was the season finale of SNL, and they were hosting and everything, and they do throughout it like really poke fun at themselves. And they'd also done a cameo appearance in the new Charlie's Angels at the same time. And so, I do think that they do have a really good sense of humor about it, and like I think that does get lost nowadays because people think that they're being like so serious, but I do think that really is something that they do try and have a sense of humor about what happened in their careers and stuff. But they do like all of these different sketches, and like they're playing paparazzi and stuff and pretending that they're paparazzi screaming at themselves, and they're like, Mary-Kate, you need to eat a sandwich and stuff like that, and it's funny. But the end, they're doing like the end where they all go on stage and they're saying thank you New York, and the credits are coming up, and then the closing line is
And the casting crew. And remember, we're legal in 4 weeks.
and it just like sickened me to hear it, because around this time too there was all of these websites and it wasn't just the Olsens, there was like Lindsay Lohan and pretty much everybody who was on that Vanity Fair cover about X number of days, hours, minutes until celebrity X turns 18. And just, I mean, I don't need to say it was absolutely disgusting. And to be an almost 18-year-old celebrity that's hounded the way they were, for them to say that on the stage, I mean, again, it's like, how conditioned do they have to be that is what they are saying? And this also goes in line with some like little clips that I saw that were like outtakes of things and like really buried things. Like these weren't stuff that were really used in interviews or from promotional stuff. They actually had outtakes where they were saying how uncomfortable they felt when they were on the street and like big 40-year-old men would come up to them and have pictures of them when they were like 12, like asking them to like sign stuff. And just, you could tell like they were saying how they actually felt, but they looked uncomfortable actually expressing this in the interview or whatever it was.
The big creepy men that like follow you everywhere, and they're like, "Can we picture?" And they're like 40 years old, and they're like sweating, and they have these pictures of us when we're like 12.
And a lot of that stuff was clipped out of the interviews that actually were promoted and put on whatever publication was airing it. Mary-Kate did do a couple of shows and movies up until 2012. So she was a reoccurring character in Weeds for season 3. She was in laughing because it's such a bad movie. She was in the, I don't even know what to call it, infamous movie Beastly, which it's so funny. If you haven't seen the masterpiece video on YouTube about Beastly by Jenny Nicholson, 1000% recommend. I mean, Jenny Nicholson's my favorite YouTuber. I'm sure a lot of people know who she is because she's huge, but I'll leave it linked in the sources and her channel. But she made this amazing video on Beastly, and Mary-Kate plays this high schooler who's a witch. And this might be a controversial opinion, this might be a hot take, but I think despite this terrible movie and awful dialogue, that this might be Mary-Kate's finest performance, because she does seem to be really enjoying it, which is nice to see. I mean, maybe because she was doing it for fun, it was on her terms. It's not in any way the same as what she was doing as a child and a teen. I mean, honestly, she is the best part of this entire movie. In case you can't tell from the name, it's a modern day take on Beauty and the Beast. And it was when a lot of these kind of like Twilight and type movies were coming out, and they clearly thought it was going to be like some crazy popular thing, because on paper it probably should have worked, but it was just horrendous. It was Alex Pettyfer played like the Beast, and Vanessa Hudgens plays Beauty, and they are both horrendous in it. And Mary-Kate is like the witch that curses them, and she just goes to their high school, and as Jenny Nicholson talks in her video, I'm sorry, it's just like such a bad funny movie, like funny to watch. It's so bad movie, and Jenny's video is just hilarious. The Mary-Kate is like green screened into the movie, so I don't know whether she, you know, when you're a billionaire and you're doing it for fun, I'm sure you can be like, I don't want to go to set and deal with all of that. Just green screen me in. But aside from the epic masterpiece that was Beastly, Mary-Kate and Ashley did do the odd little thing here and there. And they didn't ever do like massive amounts of guest appearances because financially it didn't make sense. And they obviously weren't the ones pulling the strings when they were 18 and younger. They did like a guest appearance on Sister Sister, which I absolutely loved that show growing up. And my sisters and I watched it like constantly. And they also did, like I mentioned, in 2003, like fun little cameo in Charlie's Angels. But as a whole, they didn't really do much outside of their stuff that they were making like a massive amount of money and producing and stuff. Because a lot of people say like, why didn't they do The Parent Trap with Disney? And it's kind of a perfect role for them because of course Lindsay Lohan did that role and she's not a twin. But I imagine the answer is Disney didn't want to like co-produce it or give away a lot of the back end or something like that. And they had also done the basic Parent Trap ripoff a few years before that, but I imagine it had a much more to do with like the back end stuff. But they really didn't do stuff with outside of like Full House and kind of the ABC universe. They didn't become like Nickelodeon kids or Disney kids, and that's because they were dual star kids and they owned all of their stuff and produced all of their stuff. And they did in 2015 sell their back catalog to Nickelodeon, but currently now it's very, very hard to find their stuff because of this, because they never did these deals and the rights and all of that are tied up in Dual Star. And as I mentioned, Dual Star just shut down down in 2023, and now they just have the row and stuff. So you can find, like, New York Minute is pretty easy to find. You can stream that, and then there are certain other movies of theirs, like Passport to Paris and stuff, that you can buy on Prime, but you can't really stream anything else apart from New York Minute really anywhere, and their shows and stuff are really lost to time. So I did find this amazing Instagram account, which if you want to see any of their stuff, you should follow this Instagram account. It's called Simply Olsen, and of course I'll leave everything linked down below. But they, in their Instagram bio, have a link, and the link tree has everything they've ever done. And I don't mean just like shows and movies, I mean like interviews, guest appearances, the Full House True Hollywood Story, everything. So massive shout out to that Instagram account, Simply Olsen. So helpful when making this video, especially for a lot of the interviews that were lost to time. So as I said, really acting wise, they haven't done much since New York Minute, apart from Mary-Kate, for up until 2012. Like there really just was like the occasional sporadic thing. It really wasn't much. But they then went to NYU, which is pretty well known, especially like a lot of millennial people that follow Hollywood stuff. They became really harassed by the paparazzi so much when they were at NYU, and there's just so many famous videos or infamous videos of the paparazzi going after them, and especially Mary-Kate would be pictured like going out and things. And even though they did go out and like were going to nightclubs and stuff, and they started hanging around with like Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan on occasion, they didn't go that same route. Like they were followed by the paparazzi, but it wasn't to the same extent. Like, yeah, they'd be in a nightclub, but they'd more likely like be in the corner and stuff. And of course there were stories in the media about substances and things like that, and not to, in like 2 videos in a row, talk about like celebrities and their substances that I've observed. Well, I haven't observed. I've had friends who have been in bathrooms with them, let's say, and they really didn't have much of a chance at NYU because they were so harassed by the paparazzi. They're going to NYU and living in like, you know, this penthouse and stuff. I just don't think that they had any chance at becoming like real everyday students. And Mary-Kate also had a big huge blow up in the media at the time with her boyfriend Stavros Niarchos, who was a Greek shipping heir, and he ended up cheating on her with Paris Hilton, and it was like a massive tabloid story. And so that really was what prompted Mary-Kate to leave NYU and move back to LA. Ashley did stay a little bit longer, but she did drop out of NYU as well. And that's when they decided to start their company, The Row, which the name comes from Savile Row in London. And Ashley had the idea to design the perfect t-shirt. And they did this over like 3 years. They ended up designing the perfect t-shirt, and that was like the first thing that they released. And then they did a collection for Barney's, which was about 9 items, and it was like very simple but high fashion. They have done very well with The Row. They've won a bunch of awards. I'm pretty sure they won Designer of the Year in 2008 and 2015, and they've won other categories and stuff too. Last year they won Accessory of the Year, and these are all CFDA awards, which are like fashion awards. And that's usually when there's a video that will circulate about them. They do always usually go to the awards, and especially if they win and stuff, obviously you see them go up and accept the award. But I think that a lot of people don't realize that they are out there, but it's just not like Hollywood stuff. Like it is these CFDA awards, and they have always got a lot of positivity with the Row brand. It is a brand that's not like, you're not going to see the Row written on stuff. It's very expensive, but it is a brand that's kind of like, if you know, you know. And I do think that they have in the fashion industry escaped that child star label, but in general, people still do see them that way. They have had a lot of other minor controversies with the paparazzi mainly, and just when they do appear at something Hollywood, like every so often they'll appear, or one of them will go to like a Vanity Fair after Oscars party or something, and they'll be, oh, the Olsen twins have come out of hiding. And as I said, like they aren't in hiding, they're at the fashion awards and stuff because that's what they do. They're just not going to Hollywood stuff, and they don't want to be out and doing stuff in the industry. And I know I talk a lot about stage paparazzi pictures and things, but they are people that don't want to be photographed by the paparazzi anymore, so they aren't. And even stuff like if you enter the building for the row, you have to sign an NDA. You don't see a lot of people that worked for them speaking out or like telling what's going on there, because they have been not very litigious, but they definitely have had situations where you wouldn't want to violate the NDA, that's for sure. And I think a lot of people too, like, respect that they have completely removed themselves from Hollywood. Like, they aren't these people that they had a successful show 20 years ago and they still want to make money from it, so they'll go and do certain things or when it's convenient for them, but then they'll be like, oh, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to be, doing this or doing that, or I don't want people coming up to me. But they really have been like, no, we don't want to be involved in this anymore, this is what we're doing now. And of course they don't need the money, so there is that sort of very finality to, we're not doing this Hollywood stuff anymore. And they do also like support their sister with things, even though she is doing the Hollywood thing. And one like other interesting thing about Elizabeth Olsen that I saw in an interview with her is that when I was talking earlier about, she was talking about being on set as a kid and, it felt like a job and stuff. She does actually say in that same Vanity Fair interview that she felt as though her being an actor was like inevitable, and it was just whether she accepted it or not.
I just felt like I was always supposed to do this job, and it was really about me accepting it or not.
So that was another kind of thing in the column of like, this was so pushed upon them, but this narrative has been put out that like, oh no, this just all just happened, and this media empire just appeared, and oh no, they just do this for an hour after school, like it's no big deal. But I do think Elizabeth Olsen has been as truthful as someone's going to be in Hollywood about what it was like for her sisters and how much of a machine they were.
Hi guys, editing Ash here. Sorry I'm sitting in the chair weird. My back is absolutely killing me. But I just wanted to add that I do think Elizabeth Olsen has cleared this pretty impossible hurdle, because when she's entering the industry, she is the sister of the most famous child stars of all time, and she had to walk this very fine line, and I think that she has done it. She acknowledges her sisters, she jokes with people, she doesn't shut it down, but she also respects their wishes and doesn't, go into a ton of stuff. She doesn't talk about them tons. And there were definitely ways that this could have got like a bad reaction from people if she was constantly talking about them, or if she shut it down and wouldn't answer questions about them, or, was very negative anytime they got brought up. And I think that obviously they're not her parents, so it's not like the traditional Nepo baby situation, but I mean, Nepo, it's usually like a family connection. It could be your uncle or something. It doesn't have to be parents. And I think that she has done like the impossible, because it just is so hard when you do have that relative. And as I've said throughout the entire video, there is no bigger child stars than Mary-Kate and Ashley. And you also can't take away from her, she's clearly a very talented actress. I do think that she did used to joke a lot more before the last couple of years when she's become like really, really big. Like when the first Avengers she was in, Age of Ultron, came out, she did do like a lot more joking stuff. I know on Andy Cohen, she used to do like what's the craziest conspiracy theory you've ever heard about you or your sisters? And she talked about one where there was a theory that she had a small nose because her sisters had put so much Coca-Cola up it by the time she was a teenager, and just like these really wild things. And anytime you do see her talk about her sisters, I think that she has very expertly walked this line of giving people something, making like a joke out of it, but not making it like her thing. So who knows if that's a natural result or just her, who she is. She's clearly very smart, but it could also be the result of having the most successful child stars as sisters who are also billionaires and probably can hook you up with some very effective PR, and also probably are some of the smartest in the, well, they're not in the business, but you know what I mean. They definitely themselves, Mary-Kate and Ashley, are clearly very smart, and they can navigate Hollywood, I'm sure, still if they wanted to. So overall, I do think she was set up with this almost impossible hurdle, but she seems to have been able to clear it because she, one, is genuinely talented, but also giving people something and joking and keeping it lighthearted, but not giving people so much that it would compromise her sisters or how they want to live their lives. And one like tiny little other thing to add is one of my friends has worked at Marvel for a very, very, very long time, like for most of the Avengers movies. If you watch my original channel, you probably know who I'm talking about. And they always had nothing but very, very nice things to say about her. And as you would expect, very professional from what I've heard. So that's really no surprise, because it seems like she was being trained for this all of her life, even according to her. So just wanted to add that. And back to Past Me.
So the last thing to discuss are kind of the big controversies that have happened with them over the last 15-ish years. And they have had some major sort of backlash with decisions that they made around the pandemic with the Roe. They did also have a big lawsuit with the Roe in 2015 to 2018, and then also the passing of Heath Ledger. And the passing of Heath Ledger is Mary-Kate and Heath Ledger had become kind of recent-ish friends, and Heath Ledger was actually staying at her apartment when he passed away. And when he passed away, there was a massage therapist that came over, entered the apartment, went into the room and found Heath. And she actually called Mary-Kate several times before she called 911. And there had actually been a cleaner in there previously who had heard Heath like snoring and sleeping. So they did have like a lot of investigation into like what had happened and stuff. They did end up finding out that Heath had passed away from a mixture of substances, mainly like prescription narcotics and benzos as well. And they did have like a lot of back and forth in the media about whether it was Mary-Kate who'd given him these substances and things. But Heath Ledger's family did do a kind of documentary about him and his passing. And they really said in the documentary, like, Heath Ledger is the one who took these substances and we absolutely love him. And they don't mention Mary-Kate or anything, but I do think this was his family's way of being like, you know, he was our son, family member, like we absolutely loved him, but people need to kind of like stop with the speculation. And after he's passing for a year or two, there were a lot of stories in, especially like a lot of the tabloids, saying like, oh, the DEA want to speak to Mary-Kate and the police want to speak to Mary-Kate, which is absolutely true, but it seems like they really were trying to make this kind of like this sinister thing, or that she was like this person that was, you know, shoving these things down his throat, or she was the one selling them to him. And it just seemed like such a tragic thing anyway. I mean, he was so young, like 27. He's very talented. And there also was, of course, the narrative that like him playing the Joker like drove him to this. And his family also in the documentary said like, please stop pushing this narrative that it was this role that created this situation, or it was someone else giving him these substances. Like, he was in pain. He reached for something to numb himself, to escape what he was going through. And I mean, that's why a lot of people do substances. They are experiencing pain and they are trying to numb it or escape it or whatever. His sister, Katie, has actually said that the last conversation that they had was about substances, and she was warning him, you can't mix these substances that you don't know enough about them or you don't know about their interactions, because he was also unwell. Like, he had a very bad cough and he had had a lot of trouble sleeping. He'd had insomnia for years. The amount of narcotics and benzos in his system and the levels of them do indicate someone who did have substance misuse disorder, but we obviously don't know that for sure. And this is definitely a topic that requires a lot more nuance and discussion. So I will leave it there for now. It's possibly a topic for a future video. I have wanted to do a video about the cast of 10 Things I Hate About You, so it could be possibly something that's explored there. But overall, his family has said, please don't push this narrative about the Joker role because he actually loved doing it. That was fun for him. And his family have also repeated several times that we loved him so much, but this wasn't anyone else's fault. And I do think that that's like so commendable of his family to put that out there, because it really, I can't imagine what it was like for Mary-Kate too, that like she lost her friend and it was this horrible situation, and she was really, again, like hounded in the media over this because Heath Ledger was so beloved. Mary-Kate and Ashley have faced kind of two major controversies with the Row. The first was in 2015. There was a lawsuit filed against the Row and them for unpaid internships, and there were interns that said, you know, they were working all these grueling hours, doing all of these crazy demands, and they weren't paid. And this lawsuit went on for 3 years almost, and it ended up being settled in 2018 for $140,000. Mary-Kate and Ashley and the Row also faced a lot of criticism in 2021 for laying off a huge portion of the Row's workforce. And of course, like, the fashion industry went through a very difficult time during COVID. But the main criticism was how they let all these people go. Of course, there was also criticism for them being billionaires and having a very successful company, and they're letting like everyday working people go. And that did have a lot of debate, but it was also the fact that they let all these people go through an email. Ashley is the CEO and she's the CFO. So Mary-Kate's the creative director and obviously is involved too, but Ashley does a lot more of like the operations. The Row still winning awards, it's still very successful, it still earns a lot of money, and it's very popular with high earning people and a lot of celebrities. So I'm sure it's not going anywhere. They did also have little other companies that were not little, but they had other companies like Elizabeth and James that are named after their brother and sister, and they had like partnerships with Kohl's with Elizabeth and James. It seemed like they weren't as involved with that because they were a bit more like, they did a bit of publicity around that. They went on like Good Morning America, they put it in Kohl's, and they did like other, like they did a partnership with Steve Madden and stuff. But it seems like the Row is the one that they're like, this is not anything to do with us being Mary-Kate and Ashley. They don't put the name out, they don't promote it, like there's nothing like that. They have these other brands that they've done, but all of those are closed now, and it is just the Row is like their main focus. And as I briefly mentioned earlier, Ashley did have a baby last year, a son, Otto, and that is all I'm going to mention about that, because justifiably so, she's very private about her son and her partner and all of that, and their lives in general now, like they're very private about, and they're not in the industry anymore, so completely respect that. Obviously, there was a bit of tabloid discussion about Mary-Kate getting divorced. She was married to a significantly older man who was like 20 years older than her, and they did have quite a messy divorce. She applied for like an emergency petition for like a divorce, but it was rejected, and then he was like trying to throw her belongings out, and it was a whole like back and forth in the tabloids. But they are divorced now, and as I said, they are very private about their lives now, and they're completely justified to be, and they're not in the industry. So I will leave that there. But one other thing, I was going to end the video there, but there was a story that came out while I was working on this video. I touched on it very, very briefly earlier, and I honestly have powers because anytime I start working on a video, something will happen with the subject or the TV show that they're in or something, even if it is something that hasn't been Hollywood relevant for a long time, like Mary-Kate and Ashley. Not that they're not relevant, but you know what I mean. They're you're not expecting Hollywood updates about them because they're not in the industry anymore. But there actually was a story. It was in the Sun, so take it with a grain of salt. But as I've said before, a lot of the time, the big stories about rifts and cheating and stuff like that, you will see them come out, say, in June, and you'll be able to look back at a story that appeared in the Daily Mail or the Sun a year ago or in the November or something like that. I'm not saying obviously that everything in these stories and stuff with the Daily Mail and the Sun are true, and obviously they are horrendously invasive and stuff, but there are a lot of people that friends or even themselves, like the stuff with the Beckhams I talked about in the Beckham videos, those people a lot of the time will feed stuff to the Daily Mail and all the ones like them. Anyway, Mary-Kate and Ashley had a story about them in the Sun that is talking about how they've had this rift in their relationship, and there has been a few stories here and there over the years with more so like the running of the row and things, and Mary-Kate having to go into treatment, and like there's also been a lot more of her like going out and partying and things. So who knows what could come of that story. It is just a story in the Sun, and it's been picked up a few other places now, and it mostly was talking about them having a bit of a rift because of the way that like they're running the company, but also because Ashley has a partner and a baby now and stuff, and things just aren't the way they were previously with Ashley and Mary-Kate. So I will keep an eye on that. I guess the one other thing I forgot to mention is a lot of people will kind of go after them for not appearing in Full House and forgetting their roots and things like that. But it has actually come out recently that not that they were definitely going to say yes, but they did entertain doing it. And certainly Mary-Kate did anyway. And John Stamos has actually said it was his fault that they didn't end up doing it because he like reached out to their agent and didn't speak to them. And then they were like, we don't have an agent anymore. And anyway, that doesn't make any sense because previously like everything was under Dual Star, so it definitely doesn't make sense. And it seemed more like they thought that they were going to say no, didn't ask them, and then they were like, no one asked us. Hi guys, editing Ash and G here. I just wanted to add that the whole thing with the Fuller House reunion, one, John Stamos has said that he was angry with them, but they all kind of not made up, but like they all talked everything out at Bob Saget's funeral. And Lori Loughlin also put it into context and told him they won the fashion equivalent of an Oscar. If you won an Oscar, would you be doing the Fuller House revival? Which I kind of love that she said that. So there doesn't seem to be any bad blood or anything. And I do think people were constantly looking for this like one answer as to why they didn't do the reunion. And certainly like Candace Cameron and people would like constantly, seem to be looking for that one answer. And I think the one answer is they didn't do it because they didn't fucking want to do it. And they didn't have any choice or agency over Full House. They even had an interview, or not an interview, there was even an article that came out with, oh, where are you going? with Will Friedle from Boy Meets World, where he talked about how when he interviewed Mary-Kate and Ashley when they were like 4 or 5 he had this job on Nickelodeon before Boy Meets World, and he said that their like handler that we talked about earlier would stand behind the camera, and if they're doing this in an interview, they're doing this on Full House, they're probably doing more on Full House, and she would stand behind the camera with a cup with M&Ms in it and would shake it
I do that with G. You know, when I like take pictures of her like looking at the camera and, you know, she's got like all outfits on and stuff. That's what I do. I put a thing behind the camera so she's looking at the camera. Those are two human children. And then when I was thinking about that, I was like, I wouldn't leave G on a set without me. Never mind two human beings. So again, good for them that they didn't feel this kind of pressure to people please or whatever, because it seems like they were very conditioned to do that throughout their childhood. And I just think that people put out this kind of narrative about them that like, oh, this secret world and they're hidden and they're, you know, they're in hiding, when they're asked questions in a respectful manner on carpets, like they always go to the Met Gala, when they go to these little things or do like little bits of promotion, they always answer questions. Okay, maybe they don't answer, why aren't you doing Fuller House, when someone's chasing them through an airport with a camera, but anytime they're asked questions in a respectful manner, they always answer. And they always do things like little things here and there that if they really wanted to be in hiding, like they wouldn't be doing these things. Like they did a selfie and one day on social media with Sephora that was like to generate publicity and promotion and stuff. But there's even like a little video of Ashley Benson is like a big fan of them, and someone she knew was with them and asked them to record like a birthday video. And I can't imagine that she would have posted it online if there wasn't like an at least, hey, are you okay if like I post this? And she did. Like, so, you know, they wouldn't do that sort of stuff. And I feel like I am defending billionaires here. Like there has been a lot of stuff that they've done that doesn't look great. And there also one thing with the Row I forgot to mention is there was actually a lawsuit with the president of the Row, and he ended up suing over something that we don't know about because it was filed under seal. So God knows what happened there, but like the stuff with the unpaid internships and, you know, laying off all these people over an email. But I do think that the media, maybe it's because like the paparazzi's always after them and they don't give them what they want or something. Maybe that's why a lot of the time this gets put out. And it is an appealing like clickbait thing too, where people are like, oh, you know, they've come out of hiding. So I did just want to add that stuff because for two people that didn't have any control over their childhood, it did seem like that was their own decision not to do it. And I mean, also with the food motivation thing, there's lots of articles talking about that, and I don't think you need to psychoanalyze them to say maybe that led to issues in their later life, because there's a ton of articles talking about how they would use like candy all of the time to motivate them. But that is horrifying to think about, and as I said, I could talk about this for days, but for now, I'll send it back to past me. And I do know they get really picked apart for like how they look and stuff like that, which of course they're not going to look like they did when they were kids. And I know a lot of child stars go through that. Like Millie Bobby Brown has spoken about the harassment that she's got over her looks and like her aging and stuff. So I will leave it there because I could talk about this for another 5 to 7 business days. But let me know down below if there's other Mary-Kate and Ashley stuff, or if you'd like to see other child stars discussed, because I wish I had a twin so that I could do more videos, because there's so many topics that I want to cover. Teen actresses are one of Hollywood's most powerful and profitable weapons. These teen actresses can become enormous stars, and due to their audience growing up with them, they can go on to have wildly successful careers as adults, with even some former teen queens reaching the status of billionaire in the current day. Back in the 1980s and 90s, teen queens usually stuck to acting, but the most popular teen actresses of today have achieved new levels of success by dominating the music charts too. And the first teen actress to do this is arguably the most famous and infamous teen queen of all time, Lindsay Lohan. In 2004, the year of juicy tracksuits, Ugg boots, and over-tweezing your eyebrows, Lindsay Lohan was unstoppable. She was Disney's most bankable star. After 3 hit movies with them, she was launching her music career, and her first big movie outside of Disney, Mean Girls, was a monster hit. She was only 17 and being offered $7.5 million for her next Disney movie, an unheard of amount for a teen actress at that time. Everyone thought this was just the beginning of Lindsay's career. She wasn't even 18 and she was hosting SNL, the MTV Movie Awards. She even was a Barbie. People couldn't wait to see what Lindsay did next. But unfortunately, Lindsay's career and life took a very sharp turn. All of a sudden, Lindsay's name was in the tabloids for everything except her acting career. And while most people are familiar with who Lindsay is and her biggest headlines over the years, there's a lot more to the story of Lindsay Lohan than most people know. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. The entire real behind-the-scenes story of Lindsay Lohan, her many celebrity feuds, arrests, car chases, public fallouts, lawsuits, and much more. We'll also be diving into Lindsay's recent achievement, something that no one thought possible for a long time, her comeback. But has Lindsay really changed? Is she ready for a Robert Downey Jr. level redemption? Or has Lindsay just got better at hiding what she's up to? Especially now she's got some big money behind her and her former lethal publicist who's well practiced at spinning and burying the wildest parts of Lindsay's past. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the ultimate teen and tabloid queen, the famous and infamous Lindsay Lohan. So before we get into all of the wild behind the scenes of Lindsay Lohan, we absolutely need some background and context as it's very important to her overall story. One thing to mention before we start is that there's a lot of stuff that we're going to discuss in today's video that isn't really things that you'll have heard in the mainstream media. Of course, there will be like the main stories and tabloids and her movie career, but as always, I will have my sources below, and I do also have a couple of personal stories tied into dealings with people in Lindsay's orbit that I'll tell as well. Lindsay Lohan was born in New York City on July 2nd, 1986, and she grew up in Long Island, New York with two siblings, and her parents are Dina Lohan and Michael Lohan. Usually in these sorts of behind-the-scenes stories, the parents are a bit of a footnote and come up once in a while, mainly in childhood, but later, as you'll see, Dina and Michael will become pretty frequent stars in the Lindsay show. Dina and Michael themselves have created quite a lot of stories in the media and especially with the paparazzi. They haven't made any of their children's lives easy, and it is important to talk about some of their really big situations with the tabloids and criminal histories because they do tie in a lot to pretty significant periods in Lindsay's career, especially in the 2000s and the early 2010s. Michael Lohan is a former Wall Street guy who has a lengthy history of causing many issues for many people, and he also has a lengthy criminal history. For pretty much all of Lindsay's career, Dina Lohan has claimed that she was a New York City rockette, but it did come out pretty recently in the past couple of years that that wasn't actually true. Lindsay Lohan has pretty much been a star since she was a small child. She started modeling at the age of 3, and she was actually the first redhead to ever sign with Ford Modeling Agency. And just to immediately already bring up Michael Lohan, when Lindsay was also 3, her father was sentenced to prison for insider trading, and it has always seemed pretty obvious that her mother was very, very invested in making her kids stars, and with the father going to prison, you can't help but think that there also was a financial motivation with that sort of thing too. From 1990 to 1996, Lindsay appeared in a lot of print campaigns from Abercrombie & Fitch to Calvin Klein, and she also appeared in over 60 TV commercials for everything from Wendy's to board games to Jell-O. In the mid-90s, Lindsay made the transition from print and television commercials to TV and movies. She appeared on The David Letterman Show in 1992 in an uncredited small role as a trick-or-treater. The next year, she went on the soap The Guiding Light, and in 1995, she appeared on Sesame Street. All of those were very small, minor roles, and some of them were uncredited, some of them were credit only, and one of them even misspelled her name. In 1996, she got her first proper role on the soap opera Another World, playing the character Allie Fowler, and she appeared in 7 episodes from 96 to 97. This was a significant role, as this is actually how Disney ever discovered her, and it went on to bring her pretty much her entire career. The following year, in 1998, at 11 years old, she was cast in her movie debut and one of her most recognizable roles even today, and that was for Disney's The Parent Trap. Her role in The Parent Trap was where the vast majority of people first saw her, and to this day, I think if you asked most people to name their favorite Lindsay role, I think a lot of people might answer this film if it weren't for the answer Mean Girls. The Parent Trap in 1998 was a remake of the 1961 film of the same name, and that was an adaptation of Eric Kleisner's 1949 German's children's novel Lisa and Lottie. The film was written by Nancy Meyers, who was known for films like Father of the Bride, which was another big 90s movie. The Parent Trap was also Nancy Meyers' first time ever directing, and she produced the film alongside her husband, Charles Shriver. The film also starred Dennis Quaid, whose son Jack Quaid is in one of my favorite TV shows, The Boys, and also starred the late Natasha Richardson. They both played Lindsay's characters' parents, and I did say characters. The film tells the story of a pair of identical twins, Hallie and Annie, who have been separated at birth and happen to just meet each other at a summer camp in Maine. They decide to work together to reunite their divorced parents, who are played by Dennis Quaid and Natasha Richardson. The film had Lindsay play both Hallie and Annie, which is really rare for someone who is not a twin and also a child. And also, Hallie had an American accent and Annie had a British accent. And as someone who has 4 accents all mixed together, one of which is British and one of which is American, she did a really great job, even for an adult, never mind for an 11-year-old. And trust me, British people suck at doing American accents and Americans suck at doing British accents. So it's pretty remarkable that again, that a child was doing this in their feature film debut, and they'd only had a handful of very small roles and one 7-episode soap role. When Lindsay was cast on The Parent Trap, Disney actually signed her to a 3-picture deal, which is really something that you don't see anymore. And the film was incredibly successful. Lindsay Lohan very much cemented herself as a Disney star with how well this film went down. And I feel like this was a film that just stretched generations. I'm like a year younger than Lindsay, and I loved this movie. My sisters, who are 4 and 5 years younger than me, they loved it. And even my brother, who's almost 15 years younger than me and firmly Gen Z, not an old millennial like me, that he loves to make fun of his old millennial sister. He watched and loved this movie when it was being still replayed on the Disney Channel. After The Parent Trap, there was a period where Lindsay did try and do a normal kid school thing, but she quickly went back to working for Disney. She, in 2000, was in the Disney Channel film Life Size, starring Tyra Banks, which was also a really big film, and I feel like that's quite a cult following. And then her next movie for Disney was in 2002 with the original movie Get a Clue. Also, during this time period, Lindsay started being used by Disney as a Disney kid for marketing and promoting, and even was doing commercials, and she really started to become that Disney child star. star. In 2002, Lindsay was turning 16 and she ended up inviting Aaron Carter to her Sweet 16. At this time, Aaron Carter was a star. He became famous when he was very young. I think it was around 9. And of course, his brother was Nick Carter, who was in the massive band Backstreet Boys. Aaron Carter attended the party and he at that time was dating Hilary Duff, another Disney Channel superstar child actor. After attending Lindsay's 16th birthday, Aaron Carter decided he was more a fan of Lindsay and they began dating. This was the birth of the infamous Lindsay Lohan versus Hilary Duff feud, which lasts for many years and we'll touch on throughout the first part of the video. The next year, in 2003, Lindsay went on to another huge movie, and again, one that just instantly is one of those ones that people think of when they think of her. And that was in the film Freaky Friday, where she starred alongside Jamie Lee Curtis, who played her mother. And as I'm sure most people know, it's a classic like body swap movie. This film actually has a sequel coming out this year in 2025, but a bit more on that later. The film also starred Chad Michael Murray, who most people will probably remember from One Tree Hill. I do have a video about the behind the scenes drama of One Tree Hill because there was a lot of drama behind the scenes of that show. Other things that Chad Michael Murray is known for is cheating on his wife, Sophia Bush, that was his co-star on One Tree Hill. What an idiot. And there was also drama with him going with a young extra from the show. And there is some Hilary Duff, Lindsay Lohan drama with him too. He caused a lot of issues in the 2000s. He also had a whole thing with Paris Hilton behind the scenes. And there's going to be a lot more in Paris Hilton with her feud with Lindsay Lohan. But bottom line is, keep Chad Michael Murray in the front of your mind for a second because he will be relevant in just a second. For Freaky Friday, Lindsay also contributed a song to the movie soundtrack. The song was called Ultimate and it became very successful for her. She sang in the movie as well. And the film, when it was released, became her highest grossing at the box office at that time at over $160 million. That also is 2003. It was a pretty successful movie for both Lindsay and Disney. Due to the movie and song success, Lindsay actually ended up signing a record deal in 2003 too. But it was later in 2003 when things started to take a turn for her, because despite being very successful and having these movies do really well, some cracks had begun to form in her career. Some rumors began to surface about difficulties on set, and she also started being documented in the paparazzi and tabloids. In April 2003, Lindsay and Aaron Carter break up and Aaron Carter goes back to dating Hilary Duff. So Hilary Duff and Lindsay Lohan's issues just intensify. Freaky Friday debuted in August 2003, but the month before that, there was a major issue. In July, there was a Vanity Fair cover shoot for all of the big teen star girls at that time. And if there's anything we learned from my Desperate Housewives video, it's that Vanity Fair cover shoots with a group of people who are all huge stars but don't know each other that well yet, and they have to do a fold out, and there's the whole who's in the middle, there's always going to be drama. And this was no exception. I mean, if you look at this cover, they're all huge stars. Amanda Bynes, the Olsens, Mandy Moore, Raven, Hilary, Alexis Bledel, Evan Rachel Wood, and Lindsay, of course. I feel like if this came out a year later, it probably would have been Lindsay in the middle. And honestly, maybe it's because I'm in like the first half of millennials. Like millennials are usually 81 to 96. But to me, I'd put Lindsay, Raven, the Olsens, and Amanda Bynes in the middle. But who you see as the bigger star is probably determined on like where you fall in that age range, because I feel like my sisters would maybe put like Hilary Duff would probably be one of the people in the middle, because I feel like even though she's around the same age, she just skews like a little bit younger. This cover shoot is really when things start to escalate with Lindsay Lohan and Hilary, but it also starts to be covered in the media and people really begin to talk about it and be interested in it. And the whole situation was Hilary Duff ended up bringing Aaron Carter to this shoot. Lindsay Lohan didn't like it and tried to have Aaron Carter removed when they were like taking the pictures. They actually had like not an altercation, but you know, there was drama and issues, and they actually had to pause the shoot for several hours because of it. From that point on, things really were covered in the mainstream media, and every time there was some sort of event or something that Hilary and Lindsay were at, there was people like writing stories about it. And when the Freaky Friday premiere happened the next month, Hilary Duff, who was still dating Aaron Carter, actually ended up taking Chad Michael Murray to the premiere of Lindsay's movie that she was co-starring in with him. And Chad Michael Murray was also Lindsay's first on-screen kiss. So there was a whole thing with that as well. And of course, it was covered in the media. In the latter half of 2003 and the beginning of 2004, Lindsay Lohan is shooting 2 movies during this period: Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen and Mean Girls. Confessions is a Disney movie, and another which Lindsay is singing and having a song on the soundtrack that she wrote. But around this time is when she starts to get a lot of media attention. Interviews, red carpets, talk shows, she's everywhere. One thing about the early 2000s especially is that if you have a very young underage star who had a lot of star power, but also had personal struggles, family issues, and just was being covered a lot in the media, there was a group of people that were never allegedly too far away. And that was, of course, a frequent topic of discussion on this channel: Wilmer Valderrama, Ashton Kutcher, and Danny Masterson, who were all starring on that 70s show at this time. This time period is also where Lindsay starts to party a lot and go out, and she also has a lot of reports from projects that she's working on that she is struggling with getting to set on time, and there does start to be this rumors about this sort of partying impacting her work a little bit. It wasn't too bad, but the kind of whispers were starting. Her parents at this stage are also going through a very messy divorce, and her father had a ton of legal issues starting, and a lot of her father's issues are centered around substance use. All of the ongoings with the parents is also being put in the tabloids, and this is the period where Lindsay allegedly meets Ashton Kutcher while out partying. And according to countless reports over the years, they allegedly sleep together. And it's through Ashton Kutcher that Lindsay is introduced to Wilder Valderrama. The closest confirmation about Ashton and Lindsay came from Lindsay's alleged list. And this is quite the topic. So we will get into that a little bit later in the video, because this list didn't actually come out till 2014, but I did just want to put a pin in it here to say that there is a little bit from Lindsay backing it up, but again, we'll talk about that a little bit more later. After things with Ashton Kutcher, Lindsay allegedly wanted to date Wilder Valderrama since he and Kutcher, along with Danny Masterson, were such close friends. They also had P. Diddy in their group, and to the press, they called themselves the New Rat Pack, but throughout Hollywood, they actually called themselves the Pussy Posse. And I do have a video covering everything about their friendship if you want to know more about that. So Lindsay and Valderrama are spending a lot of time together. The media, especially the paparazzi, is documenting this, but the problem was Lindsay was still 17 years old. While Lindsay and Valderrama are seeing each other a lot, Valderrama claims that he and Lindsay are just friends and became very close friends in the latter half of 2003, with Lindsay Lohan saying the same thing and saying that he was like a brother whenever asked about anything romantic. In February 2004, Lindsay's had the success of Freaky Friday. She has a lot of buzz in pop culture. The media's following her. She's also doing a sort of spring break special for MTV, and her new movie, the aforementioned Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen, comes out. It's another hit for Lindsay and Disney, and just like Freaky Friday, her song for the movie also does really well. Just 2 and a bit months later, after Confessions come out, Lindsay has her, in my opinion, biggest and most iconic role playing Cady Heron in Tina Fey's Mean Girls. Mean Girls was an absolute critical and commercial success and has absolutely cemented itself as a cult classic. As I said before, I'm a year younger than Lindsay, so I was about to go into my junior year the next year when Mean Girls came out, but also Mean Girls came out April 30th, 2004, and I moved to the US about 10 weeks after that. I remember going to see Mean Girls, and all of my boarding school friends were like, that's going to be you eating in the bathroom. But I, the same year, like literally July 2004, moved to Tampa and went to an all-girls Catholic school, shout out Academy. But I, unlike Cady, had a really great experience both in high school and boarding school. Honestly, no complaints whatsoever. I loved it, but I can relate to the very hilarious questions that Cady got asked, because I was frequently complimented on how quickly I had picked up English, and was also once asked how I felt now that I had electricity. 2004 really was a different time. What a time to be alive. Take me back to 2004. Mean Girls was so successful. People still love it and quote it to this day. My friends and I still have references like, she doesn't even go here. And I cannot overstate the impact Mean Girls had, especially on millennial women, but the careers of everyone, especially Lindsay and Rachel McAdams, absolutely exploded. As I said, the movie is still loved today and still so watched that they tried to do that musical version of the movie this year. I know there was a Broadway version of the musical too, but the film musical wasn't the greatest. Renee Rapp, I still do love you and you're very talented, but the only good thing that came out of that was Jenny Nicholson's Patreon video about it. When Mean Girls came out, it was absolutely everywhere, and so was Lindsay. Even though she was well known before Mean Girls, this absolutely catapulted her into superstardom. The following month, in May, when she was more famous than she'd ever been, the paparazzi were constantly photographing her when she was out. And one night in May 2004, Lindsay, who was still 17, was out with Wilder Valderrama at Avalon nightclub in LA, and around 3 a.m. they were caught kissing outside the nightclub, and the paparazzi caught this and took pictures. These pictures absolutely went the 2004 version of viral. They were printed everywhere in all the tabloids and blogs, and there was no more denying that they were just friends and Wilmer was like her brother, so things definitely escalated from this point. So from when this picture of Lindsay and Valderrama was taken in May through to the end of the summer 2004, things exploded for Lindsay career-wise coming off the success of Mean Girls. And then things really started to also explode with her personal life and partying, her featuring in tabloids, all of this discussion around Wilmer, and also just the paparazzi feeding off her as well. That summer, Lindsay hosted SNL for the first time. Tina Fey has spoken about how when she was spending a lot of time with Lindsay through Mean Girls and then SNL, that this was when Lindsay tried to explain her feud with Hilary Duff to Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, and I honestly would pay to see that. But Tina said that her and Amy didn't really get it, but they pretended they understood it at the time to try and appear cool. Tina Fey and Lorne Michaels, who has been the head of SNL for the entire 50 years it's been on, did try and have a intervention type thing with Lindsay a few years after this because they were really worried about her partying and her health, and told her that they were worried she was wasting her talent and gift of acting. And we will get to that period in just a little while where things really, there's not a huge focus on her career and it much more goes down this paparazzi partying drama life. After hosting SNL, which is a really big deal for anyone, never mind a 17-year-old. She went on to be the youngest host of the MTV Movie Awards that summer too. The MTV Movie Awards in the 2000s was a really huge deal. It had a big lead up. It was all about who was hosting. There was always tons of promos. And that year that Lindsay was hosting, there was actually a really gross commercial for the 2004 MTV Movie Awards with a 17-year-old Lindsay Lohan and P. Diddy, who apparently always has to have some sort of, in my opinion, inappropriate public interaction with a minor at the MTV Movie Awards, as the year before, he and Ashton Kutcher had that whole thing with the little girl Dakota from The Ring. I do talk about that a lot more in my Ashton Kutcher, Diddy, Danny Masterson, Wilder Valderrama Rat Pack video too. So over the summer and into the fall, the paparazzi and tabloids are focusing massively on Lindsay Lohan and Wilder Valderrama and their relationship. Lindsay is constantly asked about it in interviews, and then in July 2004, Lindsay turned 18, and it honestly was 12:01 practically on her birthday that only then did she and Valderrama start dating and openly talking about the fact that they were, which, does anybody buy that? Immediately, there were tons of pictures everywhere. They were already living together. They were on vacation together, shopping, partying, and in a minute, as you'll see, even working together. Lindsay was at this stage starting to really spend a crazy amount of money in general and also spending a lot on Valderrama. And according to a lot of sources, they even started looking at rings together. At the end of the summer, Valderrama goes back to working on that 70s show. They were about to shoot the 7th season of the show, and they had a plan to invite Lindsay to be on the show because she was one of the biggest names in the world for the under 30s at this stage. And also by that time, the show was in its 7th season, and it wasn't unfamiliar territory for the cast to invite other people onto the show. Even Ashton Kutcher ended up inviting Bruce Willis, who was also someone that had entanglements with Lindsay Lohan that's not really talked about that much. She did have a guest appearance, or a special guest appearance, on the 7th episode of the 7th season, Mother's Little Helper. I remember when this was all happening. As I've said, I've obsessively always followed pop culture and stuff like this, and being the same age as Lindsay, like I always just was following her stuff. I really like Mean Girls, and this was when a lot of the accusations started to come out about Lindsay's partying, about possible substance use, and her parents were going through this very, very messy divorce at this stage. And her dad was also constantly speaking to the paparazzi, getting arrested, DUIs, and even right around this time when Lindsay's sibling was having their christening, Michael Lohan was arrested at the christening for beating bloody his wife, or almost ex-wife's, brother, and he ended up beating him bloody with his shoe. I have unfortunately witnessed a Michael Lohan arrest, and I did tell the story in my That 70s Show video, and that video is my most viewed video, so if you have seen that and you want to skip forward, I'll put a timestamp on the screen, but this is a short story too. This happened a good few years after this period we're talking about now, but it just gives you even more context to him and the way he behaves. This happened in 2011 in Tampa, Florida, at the Tahitian Inn, which is on Del Mabry. I'm sure most Tampa people, especially South Tampa people, will know exactly where it is. It's next to one of my favorite places, Extreme Juice, which is just this little small juice place. And I don't do sponsorships, but Extreme Juice is probably the only place I would make an exception for. Not that they need my help.
So I didn't actually work at the Tahitian Inn, which it's a hotel, but it's also like a popular restaurant and especially breakfast brunch place. But a friend of mine who I used to work for as a bartender was managing this place in 2011, and she was really stuck for an event. And so I told her I'd help out. I wasn't even bartending anymore, as I'd bartended in undergrad and I had graduated 2 years ago at this stage from undergrad. So we were at this event and Michael Lohan was actually staying there, and he was in Tampa a lot during this time period and really for years and years after, I think even still now, because his girlfriend at this time was from Tampa, and I believe they do have kids together now. It is a really busy area where this Tahitian Inn is, like super, super busy area. And it's even busier now because there's a Trader Joe's there. And there isn't like a crazy amount of rooms in this place. So really when anything's going on, you can see everything. So this happened like at night after the event. Everything had already happened. We were like clearing up, I think. And this whole situation with Michael Lohan happened. And the police actually followed him there because Michael Lohan had just been arrested the day before on charges of domestic violence, and he was ordered to stay away from his girlfriend. And so not even 24 hours later, he was at her condo. She called the cops, and then the judge said, yes, he's in violation. So he left, went to go back to the Tahitian Inn, and then the cops ended up coming there. He was absolutely shit-faced, and he was staying on the 3rd floor. And so when he saw the cops, he like booked it down. It's not like a big place, and also like a lot of the rooms, it's kind of like motel style outside. And again, he was on the 3rd floor, so he's running down and jumps over the balcony 3 floors and obviously landed. The cops thought he'd broken his leg. So they arrested him. They took him to Tampa General, which is like the biggest hospital there. It's not that far away from where the Tahitian Inn is. And they ended up checking him over. He didn't break his leg. And then they took him to jail. In 2004, there wasn't a week that would go by that Lindsay Lohan wasn't spoken about in the tabloids. And at this stage, a lot of the internet tabloids and blogs were starting to get a lot of traction. Celebrity blinds were getting really popular too. And this was when like Gawker and Perez Hilton started really getting into following all celebrities constantly. The paparazzi was at its absolute height and its worst. And the discussion about Lindsay week to week, it very much varied because half the time it was about her career. You know, one week she'd be on the cover of Vanity Fair by herself, and then the week after it would be personal stuff and paparazzi shots. In 2004, the paparazzi had no rules, and they could literally chase celebrities down in their car. They could follow them when they left somewhere. I even can remember off the top of my head the type of car Lindsay had. It was one of those Mercedes, you know, that goes to 60 miles an hour in like 2 seconds or something. And it was like a soft top. I haven't even looked that up. I can just remember it so well because there was this whole narrative that maybe wasn't not untrue, that Lindsay was like this very reckless driver and she hit lots of things. But then it's also like, well, the paparazzi is chasing her, and there's actually a whole law that happened because of Lindsay Lohan and her being chased by the paparazzi. One of the times she ended up crashing her car was when the paparazzi were following her, and that's now today why we don't have the same level of sort of, obviously paparazzi are still super intrusive, but even though now we have better equipment, social media, in a awful way, better ways to follow people, you don't see paparazzi pursuing celebrities in their car. It's why you see people outside a nightclub or outside an event. And while paparazzi and celebrities still worked in tandem in 2004, and celebrities would work with paparazzi to be like, I'm going to be here on this day, that now it's so much more orchestrated and it happens so much more because the paparazzi can't do this. They, well, some of them still do, I'm sure, but there is this law that they can't chase celebrities down. And so it's why I talk about this in a lot of videos. So much of the paparazzi shots that you see are completely orchestrated. And a lot of the relationships, PR stuff too, that as well, those PR relationships will constantly call the paparazzi, be seen here. There's all those pictures. If you ever see like a celebrity with some sort of Coca-Cola or Wendy's or whatever, they're holding it and you can see the label, you can almost guarantee every time that is completely orchestrated. And on top of that, the celebrities are being paid to walk around. I think one of the most egregious ones that I've seen recently is, or like within the last year or two, is Chase Crawford with Buffalo Wild Wings, like just eating it, walking down the street with like the bag like perfectly positioned and stuff. But this goes on so much more than you would ever think. And honestly, if I really had to throw out a guess, I would say like at least 80% of paparazzi pictures are completely all planned. And especially now that you have influencers, like really big influencers with millions and millions, and you see these Addison Rays and people like that with the Hollywood fix and all of that, it's all completely put together by teams, and they all, nobody just turns up completely styles and makeup and everything like that, and the paparazzi just happen to run into them. I know that Hawk Tuah girl was doing that as well, so it really happens a lot more than you think. So while Lindsay was working on that 70s show, she was actually hospitalized just like one of the days before shooting for what they claim was exhaustion. And there was lots of stories cycling at this time about her partying and being out all hours of the night and then being late to set too. Of course, with this being 2004, there was also an unbelievable amount of discussion on how she looked and her weight. And also at this time that she was filming that 70s show, she was also filming her next movie, Disney's Herbie Fully Loaded. Because she turned 18, she could now work even more, and she was working crazy hours on like multiple projects and doing all these interviews and photo shoots and magazine covers. And with her now being such a big star too, she ended up being paid $7.5 million for Herbie Fully Loaded, which was far above anything else anyone in her sort of teen age range was getting for movies at that time. While Lindsay is filming Herbie at the end of 04 through the beginning of 05 until Herbie is released in the summer of 05, this really, in a lot of people's opinion, was Lindsay's career peak. It was when she was kind of equally being talked about for her career and her personal life. And the years after is kind of when her personal life and the paparazzi and romantic and everything kind of takes over the discussion on her career. But a lot of the stuff that we're going to discuss now outside of the mentions of her career, a lot of this stuff is not super well known, or the very surface level stuff is known. Lindsay and Wilder Valderrama break up, thankfully, at the end of 2004, and they are living together. So Lindsay records basically breakup song and song about him in his house and then moves out. She releases the song, and also that December she releases her debut studio album Speak on December 7th. It was supposed to come out earlier, but it was pushed back to December because of the hospitalization when she was doing that 70s show. And when she was hospitalized, she was diagnosed with a swollen liver and a kidney infection, and especially a swollen liver, like that isn't something that you take antibiotics for a couple of days and, oh, you're feeling better. So this was taking like a toll on her too. She also was working like crazy during this time period, and with the partying, staying out, she was also starting to get this reputation of causing issues on set, being late, and this was also around the time when she started spending a lot of time partying with Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. For now, put a pin in Paris and Nicole. As I said earlier, she did have this record deal, and that deal, the first one she had, was with Gloria Stefan. But in 2004, she signed a new deal with Tommy Mortola, who was the head of Sony, and he's also Mariah Carey's ex-husband. I spoke about him a lot more in my Diddy and J-Lo video, so there's a lot more about him and the whole thing with Mariah Carey and I Don't Know Her and J-Lo in that video too. Lindsay's album didn't really get many good reviews, but she was so popular at that time, especially with younger audiences, that the album did really well. It peaked at number 4 on the Billboard 200 and is certified platinum in the US. Around this time is also when Lindsay started living in hotels. She moved into the Chateau Marmont, which is a very well-known, trendy, and expensive Hollywood hotel. This is also when her spending goes even more into overdrive, and for the next decade, there are long stretches of time where she's living in the Chateau Marmont. She does get kicked out and then moves into other hotels like the Beverly Hills, but there's also just this crazy amount of spending, and she herself has talked about the spending and doing things like living in a hotel instead of having a house or even renting a house. But it wasn't just hotels too, it was the crazy expensive jewelry, the latest designer bags, spa days with her mom that between the two of them in one day, they probably spent what I earned 10 years ago in a year. But there was the usual celebrity stuff and clothes and everything, and obviously staff and stylists and agents and managers. But at this time, her career could keep up with that spending. Herbie really was where things were still continuing to rise for her, but after its release is when things really changed for Lindsay career-wise. Herbie Fully Loaded, when it comes out, earned over $144 million at the worldwide box office and is absolutely a success for Disney and Lindsay. But leading up to the release, there was a lot of talk again about Lindsay's behavior, and there started to be rumors about Disney digitally altering her in the Herbie movie because of how she was looking, and there was even rumors about Disney shrinking her chest, which they did deny, but they did also take her off all of the promotional material for the movie. Lindsay again recorded a song for Herbie like she did with Confessions and Freaky Friday, and it was supposed to play in like the big scene of the movie, the race scene, but they ended up putting it in the credits. Lindsay was so pissed about this at the premiere that she allegedly stormed out. She released her second studio album that year too, a little bit more personal, and that was on December 5th. The album again didn't get like any crazy good reviews, but it still did well. It came in at number 20 on the Billboard and it got certified gold. But as I said, 2005 is really where her personal life kind of takes over her career. This is when things just get messy with Paris Hilton too. This is one of Lindsay's other well-known feuds, and there's a lot of PR orchestration going on here, which we'll also get into in a bit. The little bit of backstory that you need about this Lindsay Paris Nicole Richie situation is that the public ended up getting more than just paparazzi shots about Lindsay, Nicole, and Paris's friendship, because a few months before Herbie comes out, in February 2005, Paris Hilton's sidekick gets hacked. Sidekicks, for anyone who is very young, were very popular phones for millennials. I absolutely had one when I was in high school. This is long before like iPhones existed, and it really was kind of the era of sidekicks or Blackberries, which both don't exist anymore. Paris, Nicole, and Lindsay were really well known for having sidekicks. People didn't really talk about brands in the same way they do now. And this is obviously all pre-social media. So the way today that we have like influencers doing brand deals, the 2004 version of that was these companies would give their products or clothes or bags or jewelry to actors, musicians, party heiress people, and they'd pay them to be photographed by the paparazzi when they're out partying with these products, or even just having the product when they're at a premiere or something. I mean, honestly, like when I think of a sidekick, Paris Hilton quickly comes to mind. When Paris Hilton's sidekick was hacked, there were a lot of texts between Paris and Lindsay and pictures of Paris and Lindsay that were released and like mass distributed. Many of the text messages were just talking shit about other celebrities, talking about the substances other celebrities were doing, and the major focus in a lot of these messages were Ashlee Simpson and Jessica Simpson, as Ashlee Simpson had gone on to date Valderrama after Lindsay. And Lindsay and Ashlee and Jessica Simpson have many run-ins over the years. Even about a year after this, Lindsay ends up not inviting them to some after party and they end up having to stand out in the street. But when all this stuff came out from the hack, Paris and Lindsay were absolutely shown to be friends. You know, they were pictured out a lot, and they would later deny that they were friends and said it was just strictly business and they weren't really close. But the messages seem to show otherwise. At this time, Nicole and Paris were also doing their show The Simple Life and were always put forward as like best friends. But towards the end of 2005, Nicole and Paris had a huge falling out. Nicole ended up hosting a viewing party for Paris being on SNL, and Nicole played Paris's One Night in Paris adult tape at this party, and they just really didn't have any sort of relationship after that. It seems Lindsay firmly fell on Nicole's side, as they were seen a lot more together from this point, and Paris and Lindsay were barely seen together. I just wanted to provide that context so you can put a pin in Paris for just a second, because it is important in just a little bit down the line when we talk about probably the most famous paparazzi picture of all time and what actually happened that night, because certainly Paris Hilton tries to paint something else that happened. But again, it was happening then, so it's important for later, so just put a pin in it. One other random thing that I'm just gonna throw in here for all of my original viewers from my original channel where I used to talk about the L Word a lot. The director of Herbie Fully Loaded was Angela Robinson, who was a producer, director, and writer on the original L Word. And I just always find that super interesting. She has done a bunch of amazing movies. One is Professor Morrison and the Wonder Woman, if you haven't watched that. But yeah, that's just a random little bit of L Word lore thrown in there. And there is another L Word cast member that comes up a little bit later when Lindsay is in Ugly Betty. And I promise I am going to do an L Word behind the scenes mega video, because as I always say, there is no show I know more shit about than the L Word. So I promise it's coming. It's gonna come when we hit a subscriber milestone. So look forward to that. So after Herbie Fully Loaded, the next movies that Lindsay does are Just My Luck and A Prairie Home Companion. Both of these had a lot of drama from the set. Just My Luck actually filmed in New Orleans, and it also shot during Mardi Gras season. So Lindsay was out and about, and the paparazzi were taking pictures of her basically every day at different bars, and she went to them all. Lots of stories started to come out about her being late, being hungover, and then when the movies came out, A Prairie Home Companion got decent reviews, but Just My Luck got pretty eviscerated. These were supposed to be a bit more of adult roles. A Prairie Home Companion had Meryl Streep and Lily Tomlin, and they also had great things to say about Lindsay. But really at this time, everybody was just focusing on her personal life and the paparazzi shots and going out and everything like that.
Around this time is also when she started going out, like not officially, with Bruce Willis. And Lindsay is like 18, 19 at this time. The issues with the paparazzi continued through that. And her next two roles were a bit more minor roles. They were in the films Bobby, and this film came out in November 2006. It had a huge, prestigious cast and was obviously about Bobby Kennedy. The movie starred Anthony Hopkins, Joshua Jackson, Shia LaBeouf, Ashton Kutcher, Demi Moore, William H. Macy, and my old co-star Christian Slater, Elijah Wood, and tons of other people. There was also a lot of reports at this time about Lindsay and Ashton again, and Demi Moore kind of did talk about this a little bit in her book, because Ashton and Demi, it's very well known now that Ashton Kutcher cheated on her a lot, and they also brought other people into their relationship, but nothing was ever like concrete confirmed. Although, again, we'll talk about Lindsay's list a little bit later, and Lindsay did confirm the list and Ashton Kutcher was on it, but again, we'll talk about that in a minute. And there also was obviously the situation before Wilmer, so we don't know if there was anything happening at this time, but this was when Lindsay Lohan and Demi Moore and Bruce Willis's daughter stopped their friendship, and it's always been reported that they were very close, but then had a falling out or like severing of the relationship because of Lindsay's entanglements with both Bruce Willis and Ashton Kutcher, allegedly. Just after this time, there were also rumors about an attempt to get back together with Wilmer Valderrama. They never did get back together, and around this time, there was also a blowout with Lindsay Lohan and Danny Masterson, and another blowout during this year of 2006 with Lindsay and P. Diddy. And as you remember from earlier, Danny Masterson, Ashton Kutcher, Wilder Valderrama, and P. Diddy were all very close and spent a lot of time partying together. Lindsay, Masterson, Valderrama, and Kutcher were all at Danny Masterson's main hangout, La Poubelle, which is across the street from the Scientology Celebrity Center. Danny Masterson allegedly did something to a woman at the bar. It's never really been too clear what, but knowing Danny Masterson, it really can't have been good. This was in the bar, they're in front of people, and this has been told by many different people who were there, so there's not really like concrete, it's more people that were there as account. Apparently, Lindsay got angry and started shouting at him over whatever this altercation was, and she was saying she was going to call the cops on him. Masterson allegedly got Lindsay thrown out of La Poubelle over this situation, and that's not really surprising that he was able to do that because he is very close with the owners of La Poubelle, so close that the owners showed up every single day of his trial, and they also wrote letters just like Ashton and Mila after he was convicted. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was issues like always bubbling between Masterson and Lohan. This is just my interpretation, because Danny Masterson's sister, who he is really close with, because the sister and Danny and his brother Chris from Malcolm in the Middle, they have half siblings who is Alana Masterson from The Walking Dead. And you might think, oh, Masterson, they must have the same dad, but they don't. They actually have the same mom, and they ended up cutting Alana's dad, Danny's stepdad, out of their lives because the whole family is lifelong Scientologists, and because the dad was declared a suppressive person, they cut him out, and Alana changed her last name to Masterson, and she's very close with her brothers. And Alana Masterson is the best friend of Hilary Duff. And I mean best friend. They have been best friends for 25 years. They have matching tattoos. They vacation together. And so I don't think there will have been any love lost between Masterson and Lindsay Lohan, considering this was like the height of their feud. As I said, the Mastersons are lifelong Scientologists, and Alana and Danny are so close that when Danny was on trial for multiple violent rapes, Alana Masterson allegedly decided it was a good idea to go into the bathroom when one of her brother's victims was in there having a panic attack, and she purposely went in there to intimidate the victim, according to what was reported by Scientology reporter Tony Ortega, who has done incredible work reporting on Scientology over the last 20 years. And I will link his article about it and all of my other sources down in the description box and the Google link, as I always do with everything I've used to make this video. But I do also have a video on Danny Masterson's whole trial that goes into all of this if you want to know more about it. Hilary Duff did actually also date the other Masterson brother, Jordan Masterson, and he's the sibling that Ashton and Mila are seen with constantly by the paparazzi now, and also seem to be having some sort of weird relationship with Danny's ex-wife, Bijou Phillips, but that's a story for another day. As I said, there was also a blowout fight with Diddy around this time, and they had spent time together the previous year when Lindsay had hosted the MTV Movie Awards. So this all happened at Butter nightclub, and they continued to kind of have animosity from that point on. Also in 2006, Lindsay Lohan did another cover shoot for Vanity Fair. This time it was solo, and they did a very extensive interview with her. It's pages and pages, and this was a pretty big deal at the time because it was the first time that Lindsay admitted to taking drugs. This was also when she started spending a lot of time going out with Kate Moss, who was also going through her own struggles with substances at this time. But as I always say with Vanity Fair, there is usually some behind the scenes issues, and even though this was not a group photo shoot, there was still controversy that happened behind the scenes and was reported in the interview. This interview, Lindsay touched on the intervention that I mentioned earlier with Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, Lorne Michaels, and the SNL team, but the big highlight from the interview was about the substances. So Lindsay does the interview with Vanity Fair and admits to taking drugs, but the next day her publicist calls Vanity Fair to try and get that part of the interview removed, and whenever it's clear that they're not going to do that, she then starts to wonder out loud how she's going to spin the story. This is kind of the first definitive proof, as I said, but the publicist's efforts were kind of in vain anyway, because just very shortly after this, the same year, Lindsay had a friend that took pictures of her in a nightclub doing lines and sold this picture to the tabloids. Lindsay's publicist at this time was Leslie Sloan Zelnick, and that is a name many people are probably familiar with prior to 6 months ago because she's a very big Hollywood publicist. She's always on those like top 50 most powerful people in Hollywood lists, and she has a massive list of A-list clients. She's been a publicist for 25 years, but she did come up through an agency, and then she started her own firm, which is called Vision PR, and that firm got a lot of its funding from Harvey Weinstein. Vision PR's roster includes people like Shannon Doherty, Hilary Burton, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Katie Holmes, Mariah Carey, and also Sarah DeJarnes, who is in the show Yellow Jackets. And if you like that show, I cover it over on my other channel if you want to check that out. If you haven't heard of Sloan before 6 months ago, you most likely have heard of her in the last 6 months because she's been attached to one of the biggest stories in pop culture in the past year. But also, if you're watching this channel, I'm sure that you watch a lot of pop culture deep dive stuff and don't just watch like surface area stuff. So she is actually the publicist that is involved with the whole Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, Justin Baldoni lawsuit. Sloan was the publicist for them, and she's actually named in the suit too. Zelnick was Lindsay's publicist for years and years, all through Mean Girls, Herbie Fully Loaded, and she was still with her through a lot of the very difficult legal trouble years that we're going to cover now. But she did drop Lindsay as a client in 2000
2010, and that was quite widely reported. However, it does seem like they've made up, and Lindsay's back having her as her publicist again, and she's with Vision PR because they post Lindsay on their Instagram a lot, and they only post their clients. They've been posting Lindsay for quite a few years. It's not like this just happened 6 months ago whenever she kind of really started this redemption situation. The furthest back post I could find was February 2022, but there could have been something before that, or they could have just not been posting her when they were back together. This post that was the first time she was on there in years and years was actually for the Planet Fitness Super Bowl commercial that Lindsay did. And this commercial is kind of the beginning of her sort of redemption and I'm back and everything's great, because this commercial is kind of just saying that about how great she looks and how sharp she is now. And it's a good ad. There's lots of other celebrities in it. So I will very lightly touch on the commercials here because they do provide a good bit of context before we get into the kind of downfall of her big 3 L's: life, legal, and love. But Lindsay is one of those celebrities that when you look into how many commercials that she's done, it's very surprising, especially someone with her name recognition, because she has done an astronomical amount of commercials. As I mentioned all the way back in the beginning of the video, Lindsay did get her start in commercials. This was how her family were paying their bills when her father went to prison for insider trading, but she has continued to use commercials to supplement her income or even be her income for many years in the 2010s. And even now, that's what's happening because she does have a very wealthy husband now, which weirdly, I actually went to school with her husband, which I'll get into a little bit later, but she still is doing plenty of commercials today. These commercials, both inside and outside the US, weren't the only things that were sustaining her in the 2010s when she wasn't really acting or wasn't getting the, Herbie Fully Loaded $7.5 million paychecks, because again, she spends a lot of money, which even she admits. But that other situation is more of a Patreon topic. So I will definitely get into that over there when that topic wins one of the monthly polls that I do to let people decide the video topic of that month. When you look at these commercials, they are kind of strange for someone again with Lindsay's name recognition to do them, but they do pay so much money for a lot of the time a day of work. Lindsay is paid anywhere from 10, 20, 25, 30, 35K for, again, a few hours of work, but there are commercials that pay well above that. She did a commercial for Mr. Pink, which is a Chinese energy drink, and they reportedly paid her close to $100,000. She actually reportedly turned down a second commercial with them because she wanted double for it. But there's also a lot of reports that she and Amanda Seyfried were paid into the 7 figures for the Mean Girls Walmart commercial, but I haven't found concrete proof of that. I actually had a friend who's a publicist look it up in like their little system for when people want to book celebrities for commercials, and that is what Lindsay and Amanda's quote was. And apparently Rachel McAdams has like a thing in there that says no commercials. So my friend was saying that's why she thinks that Rachel wasn't in the Walmart commercial. I do think, like, obviously Walmart has the money, and that commercial, it probably was worth it for them because, I mean, everybody was talking about that. It got so many plays. It's got crazy views on YouTube, and I'm sure it was worth it for them. At the end of 2006, Lindsay was also in a small uncredited role in the movie The Holiday, that like Christmas movie that everyone loves with Cameron Diaz. But her next main project was in Chapter 27 with Jared Leto when he had to put on all that weight for the role. G will be back in a minute. The mailman knocked on the door, so she's not a big fan of strangers, so she likes to wait at the top of the stairs just to make sure that no one's coming in that she doesn't know. But around this time, something really cool happened for Lindsay, that she actually was made into a Barbie, which is kind of crazy to be a Disney kid. And obviously she's like 19, 20 now, but to be a Barbie and to also be so big in Disney. And then she had the Mean Girls franchise or situation or movie, whatever you want to call it too. And that was kind of capturing the people like her own age, as I sit here in a Mean Girls t-shirt with a Mean Girls cup and above, where then she also had like the tween and kid demo for Barbie and Disney as well, which, I mean, no wonder at this stage she was being able to be paid $7.5 million for a movie and be only 18, 19, 20 when that was happening. Her next movie was the film Georgia Rule, and this was starring Jane Fonda and Felicity Huffman as well. And this is really, if before I did this video, if somebody said to me, when do you think really the kind of downfall or everything happened with Lindsay Lohan, it's this movie that sticks out in my mind, because this film just really is when a lot of the stuff kind of crossed the line from, oh, she's young and partying and yeah, she's a bit out of control, but she'll just get it out of her system and be fine. And people still wanted to work with her because she was really talented and they would overlook that. But this movie changed all of that, and it became, she is too much of a liability and cost studios too much money that it's not worth it. And there were also just lots of other little stories that added to the fact that she wasn't really being responsible and caring about herself, her health, or her career. There was a story that one night when she was out, she lost her purse and she lost her driver's license and her black Amex. The person who found it ended up doing an email that, of course, made it into the tabloids and gossip columns. And in this email, it was claimed that there was the black card, the license, some cash, and also a little baggie of white powder wrapped up in a dollar bill. And not too long after this story, she lost a Birkin at Heathrow Airport that contained over $1 million worth of jewelry. She also started canceling appearances or just being so late, or even at a lot of like hosting and interviews. Really did not go well, and especially live performances where it couldn't be covered up in the edit. There was actually one of the interviews that she was doing on Regis and Kelly where they found out live on air that she wasn't coming.
Lindsay Lohan sick, she's not coming. Well, that's kind of a blow. Hey! She has food poisoning. What'd they find out about 5 after 9?
She's trying to make it and didn't happen.
Well, then later in the day, she was on another show, and to Regis and Kelly, they claimed that she had food poisoning. And a lot of also, they would say whenever she was late or didn't do such a good job or didn't turn up, it was always something like food poisoning or exhaustion or dehydration. And most people, especially people that work in Hollywood, know what that is code for. I talk a lot on my channel about behind the scenes stuff, and one thing that I frequently mention is kind of the height of bad behavior for celebrities is showing up late or being a no-show on set, because they overlook a lot of things for celebrities. Again, the L Word video is coming, but literally this costs so much money to the productions that they won't overlook costing them money. There are dozens to hundreds of people standing around waiting for actors to come to set. And so that's why it's such a big deal when actors do that. And those are the things where they might love you for a role, but if this starts to be your reputation, this will stop you being hired. I really talked about this in my Desperate Housewives video and Grey's Anatomy ones, and really like a lot of the issues with those cast members on those shows, that was kind of the genesis of those issues, was a lot of the behavior like coming late to set, because it also just
says so much about a person too. So when Lindsay was doing Georgia Rule, the allegations were that she was constantly showing up late, constantly not showing, not being prepared, and she was costing the studio a lot of money. Her publicist at the time was putting these stories out about exhaustion, about dehydration, and eventually the production just couldn't take it anymore. And the head of the studio who was producing Georgia Rule, James G. Robinson, wrote a letter to Lindsay Lohan and even addressed it to her directly at the Chateau Marmont. And it ended up being, of course, leaked to the media. The Smoking Gun published the letter, and in it, James G. Robinson details that Lohan's behavior and alibis of illness and fatigue were hampering the production. In the letter, James G. Robinson wrote, "You and your representatives have told us that your various late arrivals and absences from set have been the result of illness. Today, we were told it was heat exhaustion. We are well aware that your ongoing all-night heavy partying is the real reason for your so-called exhaustion." This letter was a huge deal at the time and was reported everywhere. This honestly was the point that her career started to take a sharp downward turn for the first time in her career. This letter, it almost seemed unrecoverable that she was going to have a career. And for a long time, this letter really did impact her for well over a decade. And if I would have made this video probably 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I've always wanted to do a video on Lindsay Lohan since I started YouTube 5 years ago. And I never did because I wouldn't honestly make a video, especially about a woman, about being so, oh, the downfall, unless there is something that really warrants that, like Elizabeth Holmes situation. But with Lindsay, it really did seem like that for a while. So I always just resigned it to, I'm not going to do that video because I just don't want to, be so like negative when, yes, has she done horrendous things that we've gone over? And believe me, there's more to come, even worse stuff. But she hasn't done anything Elizabeth Holmes worthy, Danny Masterson worthy. There's some things a little bit later in the video that really, really irk me, especially things that she said and comments around like Harvey Weinstein and stuff. But at the end of the day, I just think that I'm very careful about who I pick to do a video on and, put in the thumbnail and stuff like this. And while videos like the behind the scenes videos and talking about Sex and the City or, Grey's Anatomy, those videos, it's the whole show and talking about the behind the scenes, and it's more drama. It's not the sort of high stakes focus on one person like Danny Masterson, Elizabeth Holmes, all that sort of situation, Diddy, and the relationship with Ashton Kutcher. And this is just my feelings about things that I put on my channel. It's a very similar vein to how I feel about the sponsorship thing. Believe me, I know that if I did sponsorships, I get an email every day. I could probably make double what I make, if not more. And the same thing, I know that there's videos that I could make for the past 2 years, even before that, there's videos I can make right now that I know it would bring in a lot more revenue. And it's just that kind of thing. Like the sponsorship thing, I want to be able to go to sleep at night. I don't want to promote a gambling site and think about somebody going and having a gambling problem or anything like that. So again, this is just how I choose to operate, because my channel is Miss G, who's abandoned me right now, and me and my 2 friends who help me edit. That's it. I have also not taken managers and stuff because usually that is what they want you to do is do sponsorships and things. So once I say I don't do that, they quickly lose interest in me. So sorry, this took a bit of a sidetrack, but just being clear about that. Just want to be crystal clear that I'm only talking about
myself and my channel and my content for when I'm picking what videos to do and deciding not to do sponsorships and things like that. I don't mind what anybody else does. There's plenty of people out there who I'm sure hate my content, hate the videos I make, think I shouldn't be making them. It's completely up to what every creator wants to do, and other people are free to do videos about whomever they want to do and work with whichever companies they want to. So I just want to be clear, I'm only talking about my channel and not anybody else. And this is probably a good place in the video to put this, because usually by this point in the video, it's the much more like switched on people that are going to take a nuanced view on things that are still around at this point in the video. So Georgia Rules does actually make it to movie theaters, and critics ended up hating it, audiences hated it, and Lindsay's next role is also a film that did not go down well. It was a movie called I Know Who Killed Me. That also came out in 2007. It was released and it was even more hated than Georgia Rules. I actually remember going to see this in the movie theater, and it was horrendous. And I actually can distinctly remember going, because I didn't go see Georgia Rule, but I remember hearing about all of it, obviously. And when I went to see that film, I Know Who Killed Me, I remember leaving the theater and having a conversation with my girlfriend at the time and saying, what the hell? Like, why did she do this movie? It's so terrible. Because, I mean, the holiday and stuff, like, it was a smaller role, and then I hadn't seen Georgia Rule. So it was really, I was thinking like Mean Girls, Herbie Fully Loaded. The holiday was good, even though she was small. I did like the Barbie movie. Again, she wasn't a huge part in it. And I don't actually think I saw Prairie Home Companion in the movies. So it was very jarring to me. This can't be good, especially because at this time, again, all of the paparazzi and personal stuff was happening too. And this is also when her kind of feud with Paris Hilton was really getting reported tons. It kind of got reignited over one of Paris's exes, who was this Greek shipping heir. His name was Stavros Niarchos. And when he and Paris broke up, Lindsay and he had some sort of situation ship, and Paris and her sidekick at the time, Brandon Davis, tried to get back at Lindsay by going to the paparazzi, because then, I mean, it wasn't, we obviously didn't have like social media like now. So, because I know like I do have a lot of viewers that are like 23 to 34-ish, like that, and my age are like my biggest demographics. So they used to really, because we didn't have social media, paparazzi like TMZ and the Hollywood Fix and all this stuff, they used to go outside nightclubs, and it would just be like recording Paris Hilton coming out of the nightclub, and it would be all this, you know, drunk talking about the night. Not that Paris Hilton drinks, because her whole thing is like putting on a performance, which you're going to learn now. But they had this whole Lindsay Lohan is a fire crotch thing. And I mean, this was everywhere at the time. Like, I remember Brandon Davis even having like a shirt with it on and stuff. And he had this whole absolutely vile monologue about Lindsay Lohan and how poor she was because she only makes $7 million a movie. And it's just disgusting. I will put a clip in here, but I'll have the whole thing in the sources with everything else. At this time, there were also rumors beginning to surface about Lindsay having sticky fingers. And one of the first public accusations of her stealing was from the model who actually played the Britney Spears body double in Justin Timberlake's Cry Me a River video. The real star of the channel has returned.
So this model accused Lindsay of, oh no, she's decided she's given you too much. This model accused Lindsay of stealing clothes from her, and obviously like designer, expensive clothes. And the tabloids found out about this because Lindsay's email was hacked. The hacker also left a note on Lindsay's computer and claimed that he had stolen pictures of Lindsay and her ex-boyfriend Callum Best. Callum Best is the son of George Best, who is a really famous footballer. He is actually from Belfast, which is where I was born. I know it doesn't sound like it because there's 4 accents mixed together, but my mum went to school with George Best's sisters, actually. The emails that came out from this hack were sent to the paparazzi, and this was kind of like a bad situation for Lindsay and for Nicole Richie, because it was emails that Nicole Richie had sent this model from Lindsay Lohan's email, calling her out and delivering just a wide variety of insults. And the paparazzi and tabloids literally like printed the whole email. They basically had Nicole Richie calling this model poor and asking her if she was so desperate for clothes that she had to do this to Lindsay. And Nicole Richie was saying, oh, I'll get my assistant to drop off clothes that I was going to donate to Goodwill. But you'll see throughout the rest of this video that there have been quite a lot of theft accusations over the years, and some of them seem to be pretty damning. I'll show you the pictures and things, and then you can make your own decision about what you think. In the summer, Lindsay Lohan celebrated her 20th birthday with lots of celebrity friends, and this is also when she started hanging out with Ivanka Trump. Life and Style magazine ended up paying $100,000 to sponsor her party and to have exclusive rights to the pictures. Lindsay also had a bit of a hosting disaster with the World Music Awards, and this just again continued to have people questioning like what direction her career was going in, and that she was out of control and partying too much. In the second half of 2007, it wasn't just her career impacted anymore, as things began to go so off the rails that she began to get into a lot of legal trouble. There were a lot of arrests over the next decade, and many of the arrests went on to have consequences and ramifications for a decade because of how she dealt with them, and that is to say, she didn't really deal with them. On May 26, 2007, Lindsay was arrested for the first time for driving under the influence. She was driving her Mercedes in Beverly Hills, and she ended up going into Promises Treatment Center for 45 days for rehab whenever this happened, and she was also fitted with her first alcohol monitoring bracelet, the Scram bracelets, whenever she came out of rehab because of the DUI. In July 2007, less than 2 weeks after she left the rehab, she was arrested again in Santa Monica for another DUI, possession of cocaine, and driving on a suspended license. The following month, in August 2007, she pled guilty to a misdemeanor of cocaine use and driving under the influence. Lindsay was sentenced to 1 day in jail, 10 days of community service, 3 years of probation, and required to attend alcohol education programs. On November 15th, 2007, she ended up serving her 1 day in jail that actually ended up being exactly 84 minutes due to overcrowding. Also in the second half of 2007 is when Lindsay is beginning to be spotted with Samantha Ronson. And even for I know Lindsay's not a lesbian, but a women-women relationship, this relationship was insane and so wild, in my opinion. Lindsay and Samantha's fights were pretty legendary and widely reported because of how frequently they were caught and recorded fighting, screaming at each other by the paparazzi. And their entire relationship, which we'll hit some highlights here, is just constant drama. And even their breakup, I mean, it's pretty crazy because the end of their relationship ended up having 6 security guards and Samantha Ronson booking the hotel suite underneath Lindsay Lohan so she could have some loud romantic entanglements that would be heard by Lindsay so that she knew they would be breaking up. Lindsay's July arrest for the DUI that came just 2 weeks after the previous DUI, that actually involved her assistant. She was pulled over by cops after she had chased her assistant in her car through Santa Monica. Her assistant's mom called the cops and the 911 call was released. Lindsay actually sped off away from them. I don't know whether she realized they were calling 911 or she just was done. And she drove through quite a lot of places. The police finally caught up to her, surrounded her, and arrested her. She was actually wearing the alcohol monitoring device, the Scram bracelet, when she was arrested, but she did fail 2 breathalyzer tests and was arrested on suspicion of a DUI. Then, during the search, the police found cocaine. They also found a Clinique care card that was covered in white powder, and she was charged further with possession of cocaine, transporting a narcotic, and also driving on a suspended license. So a brief intermission of the legal troubles to catch up on the paparazzi, Paris Hilton, and beginning of Samantha Ronson drama. So right after Lindsay's arrest, this was when Paris Hilton put up these infamous posters with Lindsay's face on them and the title Lost Dog, and they were really cruel with like a lot of insults, and this went pretty viral for this time in the late 2000s because people like Perez Hilton shared it, and Perez Hilton had a particular major issue with Lindsay and like lots of other female celebrities at this time, but he especially went after Lindsay. And the poster read, "Lost dog, have you seen her? Age 3 in dog years, weight anorexic, eyes dilated, coat spotty freckled, breed freckle bellied, coke terrier. My dog was last seen on the morning of July 24th, 2007, chasing cars in Santa Monica," the assistant arrest. "She will answer to the call of Lilo, Lee Squared, Loho, and dime bags 2 for $10. She was also last seen carrying her favorite toys, a little white bag, we call her doggy bag, and her favorite blank ankle bracelet. Please come home. Missing if you have any information. Please call blank. All of the change in my couch will be offered for information leading to the safe return of my dog." There was a lot of back and forth with Paris and Lindsay that we've gone over already, and there is more to come, but Paris Hilton especially really went after Lindsay in the press. If you look back, yes, there is obviously some stuff that Lindsay, whenever something like this happens, she'll make a comment like, "Oh, Paris is comfortable making videos," whenever that video with Brandon Davis and Paris Hilton came out. But most of the time, it does start with Paris Hilton. And I do eventually want to do a video on her too, as her whole like character and everything is wild, and how her whole career has been to now being like the highest paid DJ in the world. But that's for another video. In May 2007, the paparazzi shot of Lindsay is taken. That's probably the second most famous paparazzi shot of her. And this is taken after a night out with Samantha Ronson. And Lindsay Lohan is in the front seat of Samantha's car. And this picture also went the 2007 version of viral. Anyone who's just listening, it's the one where she's in the gray hoodie and like slumped over. One thing to mention here is Lindsay and Samantha were seen together all throughout 2007. And this is when rumors started to come out that they were together. Most people who've closely followed pop culture and people obviously in Hollywood absolutely knew that they were dating, as they definitely didn't hide it. But if you just read things in like People magazine, you wouldn't know, because all of the mainstream media just referred to Samantha Ronson as Lindsay Lohan's gal pal or best friend. And honestly, there could be a picture of them full blown making out and it still would be like, oh, they're just really close best friends. This picture of Lindsay in Samantha's car is the most famous of her just by herself, but there is one paparazzi shot that absolutely beats this hands down for fame and notoriety, because Lindsay Lohan is in, honestly, the most famous paparazzi picture ever taken. And so that's what we're going to talk about now, because how this came to be, this picture, and the story about it, even the story told by some of the people in it, isn't really true. So between our last chunk of paparazzi drama, things have really escalated with Lindsay and Paris, the lost dog poster, the fire crotch thing. They also had a falling out over Stavros Niarchos, Paris's ex-boyfriend, as I mentioned earlier. And then when Nicole Richie and Paris had their falling out, Lindsay and Nicole Richie became really good friends. I know I've shown you a lot of clips of like Lindsay talking to the paparazzi, Paris talking to the paparazzi, but this was just everywhere at the time, because again, like, we didn't have social media the same way we do today. YouTube was completely different and did not have anything like this really then. And that sort of, the paparazzi being outside the club talking to Paris and Lindsay and Brittany and all these really, really famous people, that was the way that sort of gossip was moving that way. And, 10 years ago, you would get the magazines at the grocery store and things, but this, as I was mentioning earlier with Perez Hilton and Gawker and all of this stuff, that was really when everything started to move to this level that we kind of are there today. Again, I think whenever, this is just my opinion, whenever things are kind of the worst in the world and the economy and everything like that, and obviously right now the situation that we're in with the economy, I think people look more to this stuff to kind of escape it. And 2007, 8, 9, that really was the absolute height of tabloids, internet, celebrity, everything. And really only now do I think that we're seeing something on that level again, but it was just consumed very differently because we didn't have social media and we didn't have that access to celebrities where you are able to see them sitting in their house talking about what they're having for breakfast, or see them getting ready to go to the Oscars or a Vanity Fair party or a Vanity Fair shoot. That was the beginning of this. And so people in this time period being able to log onto the computer and see Lindsay Lohan standing outside a nightclub telling you then and there what's happened, and not having to wait a week until you're in Publix and seeing it on the magazine cover on a grocery store checkout line. So this was when it just went to another level. And so there was this constant back and forth with them through the paparazzi. And really, I know so many people my age, Lindsay's age, that whenever this was all happening, it was sort of just a regular thing that you knew, oh, when I get up in the morning, the same way like now, all I do is have YouTube playing 24/7. And I know the certain YouTubers that upload, a video on the headlines of the day and things like that. It was the same sort of thing that you would log on and you knew the sites to go to. And obviously this is also the birth of TMZ and everything like that. So it just was the really primordial ooze of this right now, what we're doing, talking about all of this stuff in video form. And I think that's also why there is this nostalgia factor and why I have a job, because it really interests people. And there isn't, if you want to look back on something, a story from 5 years ago, there probably is a a me or somebody else that has it in video form. But because there wasn't that then, you have now people doing these videos and stories and everything like that on stuff that happened 10, 15, 20 years ago. And it's interesting because it's not easy to find all this really nitty-gritty stuff because it just gets buried over the years and years of stories. And it's why you even have these really popular Instagram accounts that are things like, on this day in 2009 this happened. Like, there literally is a website called Pop Culture Died in 2009, and they are amazing at detailing a lot of the stories from this time period, and I will link them in the sources below too. So Lindsay and Paris are also starting to kind of confront each other at events. When they'd be in the same nightclubs, they'd get into screaming matches at the nightclub Butter. And at first, it was a lot of Paris confronting Lindsay about Stavros. But then when Paris started spending a lot of time with Harry Morton, who was Lindsay's ex, but kind of on again, off again boyfriend, then it was also Lindsay confronting Paris. So they're having all these back and forths over exes. And one of the biggest confrontations actually happened at a very strange place, which was the launch of a new PlayStation. As I mentioned earlier with the whole sidekick thing, this time period was when brands started to move into this paying celebrities to be seen with their products, to go to launches of Sony events, and Paris and Lindsay were two of the biggest celebrity names at the time. They had a younger audience, but also they were two celebrities that were known for taking on a lot of paid product endorsement. So with the launch of the PlayStation, it could have been that it was all those things, that they wanted these celebrities that would take it on. But also, there could have been, in my opinion, I think this is what happened, someone pretty sharp on the Sony PR team that knew, if I invite Lindsay Lohan and Paris Hilton, there's going to be something viral come out of them coming to this event, because they're not two people that you really think of for like video games, but they were two people that were so talked about because of their feud also. So you won kind of either way, because if they came to the event and didn't speak to each other, nothing happened, you would get all these stories that would be like, Lindsay Lohan ices Paris Hilton at the PlayStation event, or Paris snubs Lindsay. But then if there is drama, even better, because then there's something to also talk about and have a story about. And I'm sure if this sharp person at Sony existed, they definitely knew that the most likely outcome was that something would happen. And of course, that is exactly what happened. And it wasn't really a confrontation, but it was an extremely, extremely talked about situation. And that was when Lindsay was leaving the event. She was with her assistant and she's getting into her car. She's absolutely surrounded by paparazzi who are all taking her pictures and recording her. And they are asking her questions about Paris Hilton. And Lindsay, as she's getting into the car, hears this question and turns and says, Paris is a
beautiful, Lindsay. Why are we Paris tonight, Lindsay? Lindsay, we love you, Lindsay. Yeah. That's enough, man. Paris is a I'm sorry, Lindsay, what did you say? The what? Lindsay, Paris is the what?
So Lindsay's assistant tries to save her and says, oh, she's just kidding. But Lindsay decides on a different option. The paparazzi repeats what she said and says, oh, why is Paris that? And Lindsay turns to the camera and says, I didn't say that. And they say to her, well, you did like 3 seconds ago and we have you on camera. And she still says, no, I didn't say that.
All right, Lindsay, why is Paris we got you saying a second ago. Tell them dirty gates in the tank.
So that is also a very circulated clip. At this time, not just based on this, there was tons of other scenarios. There's also a lot of stories that start to come out about Lindsay having difficulties with the truth and telling a lot of lies. And in the same sort of sentence, people also talk about her having sticky fingers and a lot of things going missing. And so
after that night, after she says that and denies that, the next day she goes out to the paparazzi and talks to them and they record it. And she says that actually the night before at the event, Paris had hit her and thrown a drink on her, and she shows them a bruise on her too.
And I'm saying this on tape. She hit me last night for no reason, apparently, at my friend's house, and I didn't know she'd be there, and she hit me, and she hit me with a drink and poured it all over me. And it hurts, and it's not okay.
It's not
and
cool.
I'm sorry for everyone that thinks I'm crazy.
That's
I'm
right.
not. I'm just trying to
I'm sorry to hear that.
And so with all of this happening, that leads to the creation of the most iconic and famous paparazzi picture of all time, because there was all this back and forth, and now Lindsay had made this claim against Paris, so things weren't really looking that good PR-wise, and this whole night and photo op is orchestrated by Lindsay and Paris's PR. A lot of the very sort of scummy media companies dub this night Bimbo Summit, but most people who are really into pop culture and especially love like Britney and Lindsay, they dub this the Holy Trinity. And this happened not even a day after Lindsay made these claims about Paris hitting her. At this time, Paris and Britney had been spending a lot of time together, partying. Britney was going through her breakup from Kevin Federline, and the way Paris Hilton tells the story, Paris Hilton and Britney were partying and Lindsay just happened to be there too. When they were walking out of the club, Lindsay followed them and told the paparazzi that Paris was just this nice person and good friend. Paris then says that Lindsay just continued to follow them, and when Britney and Paris were being swarmed by the paparazzi, they walked to Paris's Mercedes and got in it. And Paris said that Lindsay just forced herself in the car uninvited. Paris then went on to say that she felt bad for Lindsay and didn't want to embarrass her, so she let her stay. They drove her back to Paris Hilton's house, and she and Britney went to sleep, and Paris says she has no idea what happened to Lindsay that night, when she left, how she left, where she went. Paris was still telling this version of the story a decade later, and if you look at nostalgia articles or things like that that are summing this up, a lot of them will report Paris's version of the events. But if you listen to the people surrounding this, and also a lot of the stuff that has leaks about this and the raw footage of the entire thing, like the 10 minutes before that and the 10 minutes after, it's very obvious that this was all put together as a photo op and publicity, because, well, for the first point, Lindsay herself actually says that now and has said it in interviews. Lindsay also had her email, phone, and MySpace hacked, and there were lots of messages about this event, one of which was to Travis Barker's ex-wife, where she talks about how this was a staged photo op. And also, in the footage from this night, you can clearly see Lindsay being led to the car by Paris Hilton's publicist. So I don't think she forced herself in. And even the past couple of years when this has been brought up, Lindsay was asked about it by Andy Cohen a couple of years ago. She always tries to deter away from talking about Paris, which I don't blame her. And she basically is just like, I'm not here to talk about Paris. And then he presses her a bit more and she just says, I've never had to crash a party in my life. I'll just leave it at that. So things seem fine between them, right? Well, that didn't last for very long, because there was a party that Lindsay and Paris's brother Baron were at, where Baron claims that Lindsay got one of her security guards to beat him up, and pictures came out and everything. So put a pin in that for a second, because that happens a little bit down the road. By 2008, Lindsay and Samantha were together and talking about it, but still a lot of the mainstream press kind of danced around it. Obviously, because I'm gay, I was very invested in this and knowing what was going on, and
I'm always chronically following pop culture, but I can remember at the time having discussions with people I knew who thought I was crazy for saying that they were together. A lot of the time, it was just kind of ignored in interviews, and Lindsay and Nicole Richie around this time too had this big falling out over Lindsay apparently trying to cozy up to Joel Madden, who's Nicole Richie's, well, they're married now. They weren't married at this time, but they did have a kid together. And it was when Nicole Richie was at home and he was working, and Nicole Richie allegedly found out because Paris Hilton, who they weren't speaking at the time, texted her about it and said about Lindsay at this event. The timeline and what exactly happened around Lindsay and Nicole Richie is very messy, and also why Lindsay was doing this when she was with Samantha Ronson, but most people think it was when they were in one of their breakups, because they used to break up, make up, break up constantly, and also fight publicly in the street. I feel like anyone who lived around that area at the time, or even really in LA, it was some sort of rite of passage to see Lindsay and Samantha Ronson like arguing in public, because there are so many people. Like, I couldn't tell you the amount of people who over the years have told me, oh yeah, I saw them arguing at like a grocery store. I saw them arguing outside a bar, and it just was this like constant thing. And there is no shortage of paparazzi videos of it also. However, Lindsay and Nicole did have some big falling out around this time and were never really close again. So to take a break from the drama at this time to talk about her career for a second, she'd had this string of not so well received movies, and she also had not been doing really much music wise. She had a performance around this time at the American Music Awards that doesn't go very well. But what most people don't know about that performance is that she was actually really ill and wasn't going to go through with the performance, but one of her friends had recently passed away, so she decided to do the performance as a tribute to her friend. She does say this at the end when she's finished singing, but you couldn't hear it on the actual broadcast because it was really drowned out by all the applause. She did also talk about it on the red carpet of that event in an interview, but obviously only so many people see those interviews. She does also film 4 episodes of the show Ugly Betty around this time too, and this is also another thing that really sticks out in my mind about the whole Lindsay timeline, because there was a lot of behind the scenes issues with Lindsay Lohan and America Ferrera, allegedly. She was originally apparently supposed to do 6 episodes, but wound up only doing 4 over the whole situation behind the scenes. But there are also a lot of differing claims from the different sides of this. ABC and the show itself claim there were no issues, which sure, they always say that, and yeah, I can't wait to do some videos soon. Let me tell you about some behind the scenes stuff, because I'm working on some good ones. But Lindsay, her side, said that at the time she was sober as she'd gone through treatment, and she did have a sober companion, and she only brought Samantha, the sober companion, and her mom to the filming and to her dressing room, and she also was being brought to set and everything like that and was on time. Then from America's side, they were saying that a lot of the issues were on Lindsay's side, and that Lindsay wasn't the easiest to work with, and that she trashed her dressing room and stuff. But again, she did have this sober companion at the time who said that wasn't the case. And then there was this story that circulated about one of the situations that happened when they were rehearsing. They were running through the scene, and whenever you're doing something like that, you know, you're not actually rolling, like you're just working out the blocking, or, you know, going through, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna pet the cat like this and stuff. When you do that, if there's something like you are going to make out with someone or you're going to slap someone, you don't usually do it in rehearsal. You'll just, you know, go up and go, oh, I'm going to slap you like that or something, or like air kiss. And I mean, I've even the very first thing that I ever worked on when I was like 9, we had to run
down chasing this car that had Stephen Baldwin and Jean Triplehorn in it, and we were standing with Julie Andrews and Colin Firth, and obviously people like that, they just have their stand-ins there because they weren't, you know, like actually doing anything in the scene, where this involved like America and Lindsay actually doing what they were doing. And you know, we would rehearse it without the car. And then I've had other stuff where there was a hockey ball thrown at my head, even though I had a helmet on. They, you know, throw a tennis ball first and stuff like this, which it sounds like really over the top, but literally, if a character has to light a candle in a scene, they will have like a fire safety meeting before it. I mean, it's a multi-million-dollar production. They take this stuff very seriously. So America and Lindsay had this scene where apparently Lindsay was supposed to have her pants pulled down by America, and they weren't supposed to do it in the run-through, but allegedly America did, and obviously Lindsay didn't expect it, and the reports were saying that she just had a G-string on, and so Lindsay wasn't in her wardrobe, she wasn't prepared for it, she got really embarrassed and upset and cried, and overall this appearance just didn't go very well, allegedly, and it was good for her career-wise. People enjoyed her on the show, and you know, she hadn't really done that much TV apart from like that 70s show episode, so it was a bit of a, yes, not a great experience, but also it put her in positive headlines for her career again whenever she'd had this string of not very well received movies. In May 2008, a student from Columbia University claimed that Lindsay Lohan had stolen her $11,000 mink coat. This happened when both of them were at a private party at a trendy nightclub in New York, and Lindsay had allegedly gone as a guest, walked in, and there's paparazzi pictures of her going in sans mink coat and then leaving, and she's posing in the coat when she's leaving the club, and obviously like the paparazzi took loads of pictures, and so the student, whose name was Marcia, she ended up seeing these pictures in OK magazine, and the coat had gone missing. It was a one of a kind. It was a gift from her grandmother. So she knew that this was the coat. And also, obviously, like Lindsay was outside the club too, that it went missing on the same day. She knew she was at the party. She was at the same party. And so she ended up suing Lindsay for damages. Marcia Marakova did end up getting the coat back after this whole thing happened, and she also spoke to the nightclub, but she did go on to claim that when it was returned to her, it reeked of cigarettes and alcohol. Not long after this, Lindsay starts a company called 6126, and 6126 is actually Marilyn Monroe's birthday, the 1st of June, 1926, and Lindsay did have a lot of love for Marilyn Monroe. She actually, around this time too, did a photography shoot with the photographer who shot the last ever pictures of Marilyn Monroe. His name was Bert Stern, and Lindsay did this shoot for New York Magazine, and the entire shoot was done identical to Marilyn Monroe's last shoot, and that was titled The Last Sitting. So Lindsay starts this company 6126, and it was actually a leggings company, and it didn't go massive. It went into a lot of stores like Fred Segal, and any pop culture obsessed millennials will know how big Fred Segal was then. It also went into Nordstrom's, Bloomingdale's, Neiman Marcus. So I remember it being at both Nordstrom's and Neiman Marcus at the International Mall in Tampa. And it was only around for 2 years. It's obviously defunct now, but the line was really successful for a leggings company. And they actually came out and said that from 2008 until January 2010, every year they earned over $3 million just from leggings. That just shows you how popular Lindsay Lohan was at this time. They did also produce one particular line of leggings called Fame, and all the sales from that went to Save the Children for the victims of the 2010 Haitian earthquake. At the end of 2008, Michael Lohan puts out a post on his blog saying he's going to call a truce with Lindsay and Samantha Ronson. Up until this point, he'd not only been in the tabloids and the media for all of his legal problems due to arrests and all of the other problems that he was causing, but he also at one point tried to sue Lindsay for a portion of her movie earnings. He also started his blog, and he would constantly either post on the blog or have full-blown interviews with paparazzi like on the street or outside his house, and he just said like really vile things about his daughter and her girlfriend Samantha Ronson at the time. One other thing to mention about Michael Lohan that was happening around this time, and I don't know how well known this is about him and about Lindsay, but around this time he tried to get Lindsay put into a conservatorship. He actually allegedly spoke to the woman who was involved in Britney's one, Lou Taylor, and obviously nothing ever came from it. But there was a point where he was trying to. In April 2009, Lindsay and Samantha break up. And as I mentioned earlier, they, throughout their relationship, were constantly breaking up, making up, being followed by the paparazzi and caught and filmed arguing all across Los Angeles.
Samantha, where were you?
Sam, what's going on with you and Lindsay right now?
Stop! Who's that?
No.
I'm your girlfriend. No, who's this other person here? You know her. So why are you yelling at her to stop? Because you didn't talk to me, and where were you? Okay, this one has to go. Don't talk to me again like that, Samantha. She's on my property. I don't know her. I want her out. Where were you? Where were you? Oh no, I've been saying all night and then recording. Crying. Where were you? Where were you? Where were you? That's my sister. You're lucky.
Throughout their relationship, there were lots of reports that Samantha Ronson's family weren't fans of the relationship. And so in April 2009, when it was Samantha's sister Charlotte's birthday party, they were having the birthday party at the Chateau Marmont, where Lindsay lived when she wasn't living with Samantha, and the Ronsons actually hired 5 security guards just to keep Lindsay out, and then Samantha hired the room underneath Lindsay, and Samantha Ronson allegedly loudly cheated on Lindsay, and then Lindsay took to Twitter, and no one seems to know for sure if the tweets were them officially breaking up, but obviously Samantha Ronson was cheating on Lindsay at this time, or if they had something happen afterwards. And there was also talk about them getting back together and breaking up a few other times. But this Twitter situation explosion overnight was really the mark of the end of their relationship. Lindsay addressed all of the tweets to Samantha, and the first one read, "I was right all along. Cheat. Being cheated on does wonders for you. I'm doing this publicly because you and your friends call Us Magazine and People Magazine, so you win. You broke my heart. Now go away. I loved you." A few minutes after this tweet, she tweeted again, "Please leave me alone and stop staying in the room below me. You've woken me and my mother up. Go to bed. Keep cheating. You win." The next day, she talked outside the hotel to the paparazzi and told them that that was the worst night of her life. And she did go on to address the breakup on Ellen and said that they were still friends, but you could decide whether you believe that or not.
And what about the restraining order?
I have no idea.
You didn't know that?
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. Like, I've supported Charlotte, and I've never done anything for that, for people to assume that I'm...
Not too long after this, in 2009, around the late spring, early summer, Lindsay moves out of the Chateau Marmont and moves into a house. But unfortunately, in August 2009, Lindsay is the victim of the bling ring. I'm sure most people have heard of the bling ring because there are many
documentaries and a film starring Emma Watson that is wildly inaccurate, but I would really love to do a video on the bling ring. Let me know down below if you'd want to see that, but we're just going to cover the Lindsay Lohan context about the bling ring because there is so much about the bling ring and the lore and everyone involved, but this is probably the longest video I've ever done, so we just are going to talk about Lindsay right now. So the very basic story of the bling ring was that a group of high schoolers from Calabasas in 2008 and 2009 robbed some of the biggest Hollywood young celebrities.
In the news this morning, Los Angeles police investigating a burglary at the home of Paris Hilton.
Lindsay Lohan, Paris Hilton, Rachel Bilson, Orlando Bloom, Megan Fox, Brian Austin Green. There is tons of lore, crazy backstories, and just the story in general is pretty wild. But in a nutshell, they would look up these celebrities, their houses online, look at the layout, figure out the best way to get in, get out, and they would pull up the neighborhoods on Google Earth. They would wait to see these celebrities either posting they were on vacation, or they would just look at TMZ, Gawker, Perez Hilton, and see them at an event or a red carpet and know they're not home. And so they would then go to their houses, knock on the door to make sure no one was there, and 9 out of 10 times there was, I mean, a lot of the time the front door was open. Paris Hilton even had a key under her mat that they actually took and put on their keychain because they went back to Paris Hilton's house like 9 times because she didn't realize each time that she was robbed. They just kept robbing her. And over this time that they were stealing from all these celebrities, they stole millions of dollars worth of stuff. Shoes, bags, cash, watches, bras, drugs, nude pictures, and so much more. Even one of them took a painting off the fucking wall and walked out with it.
Paris Hilton is said to be distraught after a burglar ransacked her LA bedroom, taking approximately $2 million in jewelry.
$2 million in jewelry?
$2 million in jewelry.
Actually, that wildly inaccurate movie that Emma Watson is in, Paris Hilton let them film at her house, and one of the cops that was involved really fucked up the case because he appeared in the movie and was doing like all this publicity with the film, but there's so much lore to that whole case. But whenever they were finding these celebrities, they basically would pick celebrities that they really liked, or they'd like look up online, you know, what someone was wearing and things that they wanted. And one of the main people in the bling ring, Rachel, her white whale was Lindsay Lohan. That was like her ultimate celebrity.
So if 2008 to 2010 had a face in LA, it would be Lindsay Lohan, one of the most popular celebrities. Front page every day.
And they had already been caught on CCTV at Audrina Patridge's house, and Rachel had actually moved to Las Vegas, so they decided to kind of do one last job for the road, and they picked Lindsay because, again, that was their number one target.
Did you speak to any of the victims?
I've spoken to all of them.
Really? What did Lindsay say?
So Rachel came back to LA and they went to Lindsay's and they ended up stealing over $136,000 worth of stuff from Lindsay.
I'd never seen a house with so much stuff. Diane and Rachel, their heads exploded. It was like hoarders luxury.
But of course, with Lindsay being such a big star, she has CCTV everywhere. And it really was the Lindsay robbery that got them caught because they were able to compare the Lindsay CCTV footage to the one from Audrina Patridge's house. The police figured that these young people targeting celebrities would probably have friends and people who knew them that also were following pop culture. So the police had this idea to release the footage exclusively to TMZ and hope that someone would call. And the actual person who called and told on them
was one of the people involved. This woman is called Alexis Nyers. Her dad was actually a director of photography on Friends. She was a model and she was like 17, 18 when this happened. And she has a pretty wild backstory and some crazy lore herself. She actually had her own reality show that was starting when this was all happening. And for years, everyone talks about how on the first day of filming, Alexis and her sister were arrested a few minutes after the film crew started filming because they were arrested for the bling ring. But that actually came out not that long ago that yes, they were shown in the episode being arrested, but that was all fake. They recreated that the day after they got released or released on bail for the whole bling ring situation.
LAPD? What you're actually seeing is a film crew on the inside and some producers on the outside banging on the door.
Alexis Nyers is actually who Emma Watson plays in the Sofia Coppola bling ring movie. And this whole bling ring thing was like massive. It was a huge story, really, really famous. And so many people were following it because, I mean, it kind of writes itself, like teens robbing celebrities of millions of dollars worth of stuff. But there was a lot of very iconic, like 2009 moments from this. And if you know anything about the bling ring, you know about the Vanity Fair article that came out called "The Suspects Wore Louboutins."
The suspect wore Louboutins.
What?
That's a
That's
lie.
just a lie. What the f? I wasn't wearing Louboutins. I was wearing little brown kitten heels. Bitch.
There's a really famous clip of Alexis Nyers when this article comes out where she calls the person who wrote the article.
Nancy Joe, this is Alexis Nyers calling. There's many things that I read in here that were false. Like you saying that I wore 6-inch Louboutin heels when I wore 4-inch little brown BB shoes. $29! Every time you yell, I have to re-record it! Nancy Joe.
So if that name sounds familiar, that's probably what you're thinking. I'll play the clip so you know what I'm talking about. But if you know anything about the bling ring, that clip probably comes to mind. Not too much came out about Lindsay from this story because obviously she was the victim. And then also the bling ring people kind of got in more trouble because they started speaking. So then they were shut up during the case. And for years...
LAPD? Just fake that we're trying to break into Hollywood.
So what are some qualities you admire about Angelina Jolie? Her husband.
We had been partying.
Years, they said nothing and didn't really talk about it at all. And they you know, didn't even come out afterwards and have like tons of interviews and stuff. But over the last 3 years or so, there's been a bunch of interviews, and also there's a Netflix documentary that Alexis and one of the main guy, Nick Prugo, appears in.
There were some times when I was out and I would call my contact at TMZ and have them take photos of me.
In the documentary, Nick and Alexis go into like a lot of details about what they stole from Lindsay and what her house was like and everything like that. And then there is a HBO documentary that came out in 2023 with the other main person, Rachel. And again, same thing, like they go into a lot of detail of stuff that they stole from Lindsay. And it mainly was like jewelry and bags and things, but it was just a big thing that happened at that time. But Lindsay was the victim this time, and it was something that she wasn't in trouble for. Later that year, on October 16th, 2009, a judge extended Lindsay's probation by an additional year after she failed to attend court-ordered substance abuse treatment classes. On May 20th, 2010, Lindsay missed a mandatory DUI progress hearing, and she was actually in France when this happened. She was at the Cannes Film Festival, and when she was supposed to go back, she said that her passport had been stolen, so she couldn't come back. And the judge said, okay, but I need to see like some kind of proof that you are trying to come back, like, you know, your booking or something. And she couldn't provide that, so a bench warrant was issued, and then it was rescinded after she posted her $100,000 bail. A few days after this, she's given a drinking ban, and she is again given one of the alcohol monitoring bracelets, the Scram bracelets, and she also has to comply with random drug and alcohol testing, which will be taken weekly and just randomly. On June 8th, 2010, the next month, a judge rules that she's in violation of her probation and ends up hiking her bail to $200,000 and issues a new bench warrant for her arrest. 2 days after this, at the MTV Movie Awards after party, her Scram alcohol bracelet dings and she's detected having alcohol in her system, but her warrant is recalled after a bail bondsman ends up paying her bond. The following month, on July 6, 2010, Lindsay is actually sentenced to 90 days in jail, and this whole court appearance was live streamed by TMZ, and I'm sure if you were around then and following this stuff, or you know even like a little bit about Lindsay, you'll know this court appearance because it's very famous, and like a lot of the pictures and clips from it went completely everywhere, and it was a really reported on.
30 days in jail on the reckless driving case, 30 days in jail on the first DUI case consecutive, and 30 days in jail on the second DUI case consecutive. That's 90 days in jail. The court is also going to order Dr. Sharma, or appoint Dr. Sharma and Malinak.
Also, they revealed the next day that her nails actually had "fuck you" on them, so there was just constant publicity about this. She did surrender 2 weeks later on the 20th of July.
The actress was silent, only nodding as a judge ordered the cameras off and the star into handcuffs.
And the reason that I told you about Alexis Nyers in particular from the Bling Ring is because when Lindsay goes to serve her time, she is literally next, like in the cell next to Alexis Nyers. She did only end up serving 2 weeks because of overcrowding and the non-violent nature of her crime, but 2 weeks for Lindsay Lohan is probably a long 2 weeks. On September 24th, 2010, which is about 6 weeks after she is released from serving her sentence, she is found to be in violation of probation, and her probation is revoked because she failed a drug test after having cocaine detected in her system, and she does serve like a day in jail before she again is released on bail.
Lindsay Lohan is a wanted woman again. She confirmed on her Twitter page last week that she failed a court-ordered drug test.
On December 12th, 2010, she is in rehab at the Betty Ford Center, and there's a whole situation that goes down with a staffer who ends up calling 911 because Lindsay and 2 other patients hop the fence and come back smelling of alcohol, and Lindsay gets into an altercation with one of the employees.
Sorry, I'm really uncomfortable with the woman that's in our house. I've never seen her before. She's freaking me out. Officer, I am definitely willing to speak with you as long as she gets off the phone so that we can talk. You're discharging, Kelly. Oh, you're shit. No, Lindsay, you need to pack. What, you want money? No.
The employee is actually fired after this because when they're on the phone to 911, they violate HIPAA and say it's Lindsay Lohan.
This property belongs to the Betty Ford Center, as you probably already know. We had 3 ladies in one of our houses that snuck off and jumped over the wall. 2 of the ladies are reeking of alcohol. And the third party, which is Lindsay Lohan, is being rude.
So Lindsay was one of the ones that jumped the fence and left?
Yeah, she got busted trying to hop back over the fence.
The employee did also claim that Lindsay attacked her, and there was going to be a whole investigation and everything, but the employee did end up dropping the charges against her. At the beginning of 2011, Lindsay is caught on camera and later charged with the theft of a $2,500 necklace from a jewelry store.
In 2008, she was sued for stealing a $12,000 fur coat. In 2009,
2009, a necklace and earrings worth more than $400,000 went missing in 2010. Lohan was questioned but never charged over a missing $35,000 Rolex watch.
She is sentenced to 120 days in county jail and 480 hours of community service. The judge also finds that she violated her probation on the 2007 DUI, and they do end up knocking the necklace charge down to a misdemeanor, but she does go to county jail. But due to overcrowding, she's only there for 5 hours, and she ends up spending the rest of her sentence on house arrest, and that lasts for 35 days. I know this is going to be shocking information, but on October 19th, 2011, her probation is revoked again after she fails to perform her community service, and she is very briefly detained, but once again gets out after posting her $100,000 bail. That seems to be the magic number that they go with a lot for her, is 100,000. The next month, in November 2011, she is again found to have violated probation.
Probation, as you know, and as the prosecutor knows, and it's always been my view, is a gift. And there's something called looking a gift horse in the mouth. I am revoking her probation.
Your Honor, the bail bondsman is here, so can she remain?
No, take her into custody.
Can she remain here in this?
It's up to the sheriffs. I don't tell sheriffs where to put people. I'll see everybody back here November 2nd. People, have your ducks lined up. I want witnesses if you're going to have a hearing, unless you have some sort of stipulation that both of you have reached prior to that date.
2012, we start climbing out of the hole again, and we're going to touch on her career a little bit here. But March 3rd, 2012, she hosts SNL for the 4th time, and I will give it to her. She really did make fun of herself, so people took this really well, and I mean, it was funny.
This studio feels like a home to me. Wait, so the alarm goes off if I leave the stage? I thought it was only if I left the studio.
Everybody here believes in you, everyone. We wouldn't have you back otherwise.
Thanks, Chris.
On March 14th, 2012, she's accused of sideswiping a person with her car outside of a place in Hollywood and fleeing the scene. LA prosecutors declined to prosecute her, though, citing that they didn't really have direct evidence. On March 29th, 2012, she finally completes her probation in her first DUI case and is placed on informal probation for the necklace theft. But in September 2012, she is arrested for leaving the scene of an accident after allegedly hitting a pedestrian with a car in New York. She did also claim that her assistant was driving, but the charges were later dropped for this. Keep that hitting a pedestrian in mind, because she was actually driving the Porsche of someone we're going to talk about in a second. But during this time period, things were not going well financially for her, and the person whose car she was driving, they and 2 other people, a lot of people call them her sugar daddies, because they were paying her a lot of money to attend parties and events and go out with them and stuff like that. So just keep in mind she was driving one of these guys' Porsche at that time. On October 10th, 2012, cops respond to a disturbance call at her family's Long Island home, where she's staying with her mom. After 2 big, massive blowouts, they end up just getting them to take a breath, and they didn't have any charges filed or anything like that. In addition to Saturday Night Live, in 2012, Lindsay does a Lifetime movie called Liz and Dick that gets horrendous reviews. She does also appear on Glee, and that has a lot of people talking about things not going well behind the scenes because she wasn't doing very well at this time. Then in November 2012, she's arrested again in New York at a nightclub after she punches a woman and is facing 3rd-degree assault charges, but
they are dropped, although she does get a charge for lying to the police. Then the next month, at the very end of 2012, all of her bank accounts are seized by the IRS because she owes hundreds of thousands of dollars for her 2009 and 2010 taxes. And then she also owes for 2011, but they haven't even been filed yet. 2013 is a busy one. And I'm going to start with the list because the list is found in 2013. And this list, again, was a huge story at the time. In Touch magazine ended up being the people to release it, and they teased it out over, it was definitely over a few days, it might have been over a week, where this list was basically a piece of paper where Lindsay had written all of her Hollywood conquests on it, and they would blur out names, and then the next time they released it, they'd unblur a few more names. There were 36 names on this list, but 6 of the names never were unblurred. And the thought is that these were 6 people that definitely had the either power or money to not have their names unblurred. And the biggest names on the list were Ashton Kutcher and Wilder Valderrama, Ryan Phillippe, Stavros Niarchos because of the Paris thing, Joaquin Phoenix, Nico Torricelli, Evan Peters, Jamie Dornan, Zac Efron, Justin Timberlake, Colin Farrell, Heath Ledger, and James Franco and Adam Levine. Most of these people, you know, there had been rumors or they've been spotted together or there were blind items, but a lot of the people on this list had never been revealed that they were together. And there again is people very much missing from the list that either were purposely missing or were people that had like enough sway and power and money to keep their names out of it. Now, my thought on this is my opinion, is that this was not what they claim it was, because Lindsay on Andy Cohen years later did basically confirm that this list was real, because for a long time too, people were like, is this list real?
That was actually my 5th step in AA at Betty Ford. And someone, when I was moving during the OWN show, must have taken a photo of it. And so that's a really personal thing. Wow. And it's really unfortunate.
It was said to have been found at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and that this person then sold it to In Touch. And the claim was by the person who like sold the list that it was Lindsay and her friends kind of like just, you know, making a funny list, and of all the people in Hollywood, like all the names and celebrities and stuff that she had romantic entanglements with. And when Lindsay went on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, she had said that this was part of her Betty Ford step work. And I actually had a family member, and I wouldn't say this if this wasn't common knowledge that she was in Betty Ford, that was in Betty Ford when one of the times that Lindsay Lohan was there. And they get like a book to do their things in, their work in. Just that alone, like this is on a random scrap of paper, and so many other factors. The fact that this is all happening in 2013 when all this stuff is happening with the IRS, and you know she's doing a few things like we're going to talk about Scary Movie 5 in a minute, and so she owes a lot of that money. And then adding in the fact that she has this very, very high and expensive lifestyle, and her name, she hasn't been doing movies or anywhere near the sort of projects that she was doing before. She wants to get her name back out there and to also have buzz. And you wouldn't believe the amount of things that are orchestrated like this. And also coupling it with everything else that we talked about, the missing Callum Best, Bruce Willis, Samantha Ronsons, it being just on this scrap of paper, being sold to In Touch, these kind of conflicting stories. And I'm, of course, not the only or the first person to talk about this, because when I've been making this video, I cannot tell you the amount of videos and podcasts and articles and films and movies and documentaries that I have consumed to make this. And there was an episode of Les Deux where she actually talked about this too and how she thinks along similar lines to me.
The leaking of Lindsay's list had some pretty suspicious timing. It comes out the same week that Lindsay's docuseries on Oprah's own network debuts. It's kind of reminiscent of when Paris's sex tape leaked just before The Simple Life premiered. Not that I'm suggesting anything. The final reason why I don't think this was actually a part of her Betty Ford recovery is that if it was, she left out some pretty key players. Like Jax Taylor from Vanderpump Rules. He doesn't even appear on the list under his real name, Jason Couchy.
Has Jax ever hooked up with a celebrity? What? Lindsay Lohan. Wow. You hooked up with Lindsay Lohan how many years ago?
Lindsay denies she ever slept with him.
Jax Taylor revealed on Watch What Happens Live that he once hooked up with you. How would you describe Jax as a lover in 3 words?
Lisa, I love you, but I've never even met him.
Really?
I've never met him.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Lindsay never would have put him on the list because everyone on it has some level of fame or success. One person with fame that wasn't included in inventory that she can't deny is a one Samantha Ronson. If this was really about the fourth step in AA, how could she leave out someone that she had a committed and very toxic relationship with? Exactly.
I'm very interested to hear. Let me know if you think this list is real or not. There's just too many little things like that that make me question it. And there's so many things I've seen like this over the years that it doesn't add up. And even stuff like, where's Samantha Ronson's name? Like, why isn't she on it? That's someone that we absolutely know. Like, she had a full-blown relationship with her. And it just seems like a lot of people on the list too. It's really big names. There's other like reality people and like random, like very minor celebrities that have stories over the years of being with Lindsay Lohan, but they weren't on the list. Like, these names are all very specific. And I mean, this is not uncommon. I talk a lot about how, there are all of these completely manufactured PR Hollywood relationships, people that you would never think in a million years are PR, people that have kids together and people that are hiding their sexuality. And so I don't think that this is what that was, but maybe it was step work on a random piece of paper years later that was left in a hotel room. But I don't know. It doesn't add up to me. And of course, it did generate a lot of discussion because at this time too, not only was Lindsay doing Scary Movie 5, but she had got a lot of negative publicity around this movie that she was doing called The Canyons. Now, she had taken this movie as a very, very, very small production. It had $250,000 budget, which is tiny. And she was being paid like $100 a day, allegedly, and then was getting like a portion of the box office. And there was actually an article that came out. It was from the New York Times. They went to the set, and the article was titled, "This is what happens when you hire Lindsay Lohan for your movie." And it was a very, very negative article. So also this was another thing that people think is trying to take away some of the negativity, because putting something like this out, a list of all of these celebrities with, big names, that it would just drown out a lot of other stuff that was being talked about at that time. And people, PR especially, do that all the time. And so this movie, it came out and it did horrendously. And Lindsay also had a big falling out with the director too. And there were just some other negative stuff going on at that time. She also was having the whole situation with the IRS and owed all this money. And when she did Scary Movie 5, Charlie Sheen was in that movie. And then she also did an episode of his show in 2013 as well, Anger Management. And Charlie Sheen actually ended up paying $100,000 of her tax that she owed. And she still owed more. And we'll talk about in just one second how she ended up getting the money for that. But also in 2013,
she has another blow up with the Hiltons because they had kind of made up and then things were just quiet for a while. But there's a party on Memorial Day in Miami that Lindsay is at, and also Baron Hilton, Paris's brother, is at. And it was a party that lasted all day, so people were consuming things. And Baron ended up getting into some sort of group of people where he was basically allegedly talking shit about Lindsay. She heard it, found out about it, and was saying to him, you know, you need to go. And he started doing the, do you know who I am? Do you know who my sister is? Because Lindsay's security was trying to get him out. And there's very differing claims on what happened. And Baron says that Lindsay ordered for him to be beat up. He was definitely hit because he posted injuries of his face on Instagram. But it just, again, it's one of those things where, does that really make sense? But you do see this clip that ended up coming out, I think it was TMZ, where Lindsay can be heard like in the background saying, I didn't see anything. And he's like shouting at her. But again, there seems to have been a lot of things consumed and people just that don't get on. But whatever happened, whether it was Baron speaking this way to the security, and obviously there's no justification for anyone hitting anyone in the face, but whether it was Lindsay that ordered someone to do that or whether it was this security guard that did it themselves, Paris took it as it was Lindsay that had orchestrated this. And so when Baron posted the pictures on his Instagram, Paris wrote this comment that was basically like, Lindsay Lohan is going to pay for what she did to my family. In March 2013, she accepts a plea deal for misdemeanor charges of reckless driving and providing false information to the police. That was over the Porsche situation and saying her assistant was driving. She's sentenced to 90 days in rehab and 30 days of community service, 18 months of psychotherapy. In August 2013, she starts filming for her new series that Oprah is putting together, and it's just called Lindsay, and it's about her like post-rehab life and recovery. And the filming is a bit of a disaster because she'll like disappear, and Oprah's obviously trying to put together this production, and Oprah really stuck her neck out to help Lindsay because at this time, you know, people were really over all of this. And I mean, her reputation was like really bad at this time, and she also owed all this money to the IRS, and, you know, not only owing it to the IRS, like trying to keep up with her lifestyle too. Hi guys, I just want to provide a little bit of context for this clip because I can't show you the whole like 2-minute thing because this show is also on TLC, and well, all those channels in general are bastards about copyright. But basically Lindsay is trying to buy these 4 things from this boutique. They're really expensive, like there's Louboutin boots in there and everything, and she is trying to do it for trade because, again, we know at this time like all the financial things. And she goes to have her assistant go down, and the trade that she offers she gets from this room that just is like full of clothes that all have the tags on them. And this is like one of many rooms that have clothes full of tags. And these are like expensive pieces like Chanel and stuff. And so the assistant brings them down. The stuff that she offers the first time, they're like, oh no, this isn't going to be anywhere near enough. They bring down some Chanel. They offer her $4,000 and they say, oh, well, if you buy one and have the rest trade. But we know at that time, obviously, the cash and stuff situation. So that is what happened just before this clip that I'm going to show you. But again, this is just, I mean, the whole video, like videos I do in general, I want to provide you everything that I can, that I have access to. That's why I provide the sources too, because I want people to see the whole picture. I want you to have all the puzzle pieces and come to your own thoughts. That's also why I don't provide too much of my own sort of, well, I think this, or, you know, I feel like she did this wrong or this right. Obviously, I'm a human. I'm going to speak sometimes about things, and sometimes I have to for my own I am giving you, this is what I think happened because maybe I don't know the whole story or there's two conflicting stories. But in general, sometimes people will say, oh, you could have just told us this in 10 minutes or something. And it's like, you can't. That's what my channel is. That's what my videos are. You're getting the whole story. And that's not for everyone. And that's totally fine if it's not. But I do like to provide everything for people as much as I can, as much as I have access to come to their own conclusions. And there are many things in this video, the bling ring and all that stuff, that just show you this sort of lifestyle that started all the way back when she was a teenager, being paid these massive amount of money and just always trying to maintain this lifestyle. And that is why she has had to do some of the things that she's had to do all the way up until today.
She picked out expensive things.
She doesn't.
Think, do you really need all that? You could get $4,500 cash in your hand.
Take 3 things out of the 4.
Yeah, you just want to buy that?
Yeah. So just have her hold that.
Have her hold this one.
Yeah, and I'll buy that one.
Okay.
So the filming was all over the place, and Oprah even ended up confronting her on the show. And I think that if she had someone like this all the time, kind of holding her accountable, things would have been very, very different. But Lindsay now, today, does say that Oprah very much saved her life. The series, while it is mired in controversy with all of the filming, it does premiere the next year in March 2014. It gets pretty mixed reviews, and the viewership isn't really the greatest. It does just steadily decline over the whole series, and they never end up doing more than one series because it was so difficult to film. And she honestly would just disappear for 8 days, and the filming crew's trying to find her, and then she'd just be like, oh, I'm back, and not tell them, or not follow the schedule, and just was all over the place. And also, since the viewership wasn't that greatest, it really wasn't worth the investment money, time, or sanity wise. In 2014, she makes her stage debut as Karen in the London West End production of Speed the Plough. She's also in the TV show Two Broke Girls, and her series, as I said, Lindsay, does end up airing in March of 2014. Hi guys, Editing Ash here again. So one thing I forgot to mention that happened in 2014 was Lindsay and her younger brother Michael Lohan Jr. were sued for $60 million over an app that they created. And Lindsay and her brother, their app was called VigMe, and their former partner, who was called Fima Potic, he ended up suing them for the $60 million because he claimed that they stole his idea for an app that he had that was called Spotted Friend. And the app was basically, Lindsay describes it as Shazam for clothes. So the whole thing was, you see a picture of Lindsay Lohan and you like her jacket, you put the picture into this app, it tells you, oh, her jacket's from Burberry, it costs $600, here's the link to buy it. And when this lawsuit happened in 2014, the app really, nothing had happened much with it. There was one publicity kind of thing that Lindsay did, which was go on the Alan Carr show, who is a British talk show host. And that was when she was living in London. So it wasn't even this big thing. And there is a handful of articles, a couple of mock-up screenshots, and that's it. Then the lawsuit happens, and there are hundreds of articles kind of clickbaiting. Oh, Lindsay's 60 million. Oh, she's in all this legal trouble. Oh, she did this terrible thing. And really, she didn't. It got completely dismissed. It was dismissed with prejudice. It wasn't anything that she did wrong. And when it gets dismissed without prejudice, it means that the person can't even refile the lawsuit against her. And maybe nothing would have come from this app, but it really does seem like the lawsuit completely killed it because they weren't allowed to work on it or make money from it for the first year and a half the lawsuit was going on. So that's well into 2015. The lawsuit wasn't dismissed until 2017. And there's nothing about this app after the lawsuits, basically. The only thing I could find was a Facebook that's still up, but it hasn't been updated in over a decade, and it has like 70 followers. So I think that's just more an oversight that they haven't taken it down. But I'd love to know what did happen, because I couldn't even find an article saying like app is defunct, this app has been killed. And I didn't do like a mega super deep dive like I have for every other topic in this video, because this video is long enough. And really, this app was kind of a nothing burger. It's just more the lawsuit. And there's so many articles around it that I did want to mention it in case people are like, what about the $60 million lawsuit? So nothing came of it, but I don't know, maybe somebody else has thought of this, because it does sound like a good idea. But back to past me. You are going to be shocked by this revelation, but in May 2015, Lindsay finally finishes her community service requirements, ending her probation. And that closes her legal entanglements from 2007. 8 years of probation, pretty much, because it was constantly violated and just got extended, and then there was more arrests, and it just kept going and going and going. So 2015, she's done. The next year, in 2016, she opens her nightclub, Lohan nightclub, in Greece. During this time period, as I referenced earlier, she does have a lot of these princes and just other very wealthy people that are paying her exorbitant amounts of money to attend certain events and things. And they also put her up in like super fancy hotels. And there's one New Year's Eve party alone that she ends up being paid $100,000 to attend. So this is how she was really making like a lot of her money during this time period. And as I said, other things. Hi guys, Editing Ash here, and I don't know if you can see her, she's right here, Editing G here. I forgot to mention something, and this is just, I actually did forget. I don't know how, because it was in my script, but a lot of the other Editing Ash sections are things like I find out after, because I'm always still like digging and digging and digging until pretty much I put out the video, because I like double check my research also while I'm editing and stuff too. But anyway, you don't need to know the ins and outs of my insane brain. But there was a engagement that Lindsay Lohan had prior to the engagement she had to her husband that she's married to now. And that was between 2015 and 2016. This relationship mainly took place in 2016. They did get together in 2015, but it was like right at the very end. And they also had like a very, very quick relationship and engagement. Like they got engaged after like 3 weeks, I'm pretty sure. So this relationship was with a bit of a younger guy. His name was Igor Tarabasov, and he was 23. Lindsay was 30 when they were together. He is Russian, and he's from like a wealthy family. His dad has a lot of money. Lindsay has said that when they were together, he didn't work, and his father paid for like a lot of his lifestyle, and that's where he got like money from, because he was living in like this $3 million house in London. And Lindsay said like the rest of it she paid for, and she funded a lot of their life. And she also said that she paid for her own engagement ring, which was a $220,000 ring. But a lot of other reports and sources have said that Lindsay had access to his credit card, and she spent a lot of money, because again, like his dad is like very wealthy. And this was when she was living in London during this period. She also has said that when they were together, she thinks that he was tipping off like paparazzi and things like that, because before the relationship it wasn't really known that she was in London. But also, as I said, and I've said many times on this channel, a lot of the time the celebrities are working hand in hand with the paparazzi, and that goes for even A-listers. Not all, and not all of the time, but especially people, their name isn't as big as it once was, or they want traction, or their projects coming out, all of that sort of thing. So they were together and they got engaged very quickly. But there also has been a lot of like terrible things that have come out about this relationship, and there is video proof for a lot of it. So the cops were called several times to their apartment by the neighbors because of their fighting, and there was one incident that got like a lot of press because Lindsay was screaming like, he's strangling me, he's strangling me.
Please, 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 you disrespectful me, you almost killed me. Everybody will know. Get out of my house. You can't strangle a woman constantly and beat the out of her and think it's okay. Everybody saw you touch me.
And one of the most viral stories about them was when they were recorded on the beach and he basically goes after her and is very, very just disgusting behavior, very abusive, very rough. And he's trying to get, I think it's a cell phone out of her hand. And as I said, she has spoken about this and many other incidents, but thankfully the relationship ended in 2016 and she got far, far away from him. So now back to past me. In 2017, the whole Paris Hilton, Nicole Richie and everything gets dredged up again because Paris starts speaking out about the Holy Trinity picture and this whole story about, oh, Lindsay just like crashed and just followed us and just forced herself in the car. Paris is talking about this like a lot at the time, and Lindsay like puts out some tweets and things, so it kind of reignites the whole conversation again.
Well, actually, it was just Britt and I out, and then she just like chased us to the car and got in. She wasn't invited.
In October 2017, Lindsay posts an Instagram story video of herself pretty much supporting Harvey Weinstein. And this was obviously after all of the allegations came out, the New York Times and the New Yorker articles came out, and Lindsay said,
I feel very bad for Harvey Weinstein right now. I don't think it's right what's going on.
She pretty much said that his wife, Georgina Chapman, should stand by him and support him.
I think Georgina needs to take a stand and be there for her husband. And he's never harmed me or done anything wrong to me. We've done several movies together. And so I think everyone needs to stop. I think it's wrong.
And then she also said that these sort of legal things shouldn't be talked about in the press. They should just be dealt with in court. Rose McGowan ends up tweeting about Lindsay's video, and most people are probably aware, Rose McGowan was one of Harvey Weinstein's victims, and she is someone who's very much been at the forefront of speaking out, trying to get people, the public, aware that this was happening. She's been someone who's been the face and kind of leading this charge and very bravely doing it, because she also had her career that was damaged before this even came out because Harvey Weinstein was so powerful. And even afterwards, she's had to do so much to be able to talk about this. And so it is incredibly gracious that Rose McGowan put a tweet out that basically said, please be like gentle with Lindsay Lohan, because you have no idea what it's like to be a child star that's kind of turned into this sex symbol. It like very much warps your brain. And I mean, Rose McGowan's gonna know a lot fucking more about that than me. And also Lindsay Lohan, like Rose McGowan herself, was so sexualized at such a young age. I mean, even like the stuff that I've shown you in this video, which is a drop in the ocean, the whole stuff with her being like 16, 17, hosting the MTV Movie Awards, all that stuff with Diddy, creep, fucking Wilder Valderrama, all of it. So don't get me wrong, what she said is awful. And she did also later say the whole, he didn't do anything to me. But Rose McGowan, just it really, really incredible that she went to her defense whenever she's saying that. It just shows you that Rose McGowan was trying to do the right thing for someone who has most likely or allegedly gone through similar things to Rose McGowan. In 2018, she appears in the British TV series Sick Note for 7 episodes, and in August 2018, she makes some more horrendous comments saying that in regards to the Me Too movement, women who experienced alleged harassment or assault should make it a real thing by making it a police report. She went on to say, "I'm going to hate myself for saying this, but I think by women speaking against these things, it makes them look weak when they are very strong women." In a statement to People, she later apologized for any hurt and distress caused by her comments. Again, horrendous comments and just not true. They do not look weak and they're just horrendous. There's nothing else to say than they're horrendous. Also, in 2018, she expands her business in Greece by adding Lohan Beach Club to add on to Lohan Nightclub. 2018 just had a lot of horrendous behavior, as one of the most viral negative things out of the last decade happened in September 2018. And I'm sure a lot of people have seen this video where she's live streaming and she encounters this family who were believed to be Syrian refugees. And it's a father, a mother, and children. And she does appear very intoxicated and also sounds like she's putting on like this accent.
I won't leave until I take you.
She accuses the parents of trafficking their children, and she tries to get the mother and the children to go with her and to go into a hotel.
You should not have them on the floor. You should be a hardworking woman. I'm freezing right now. And you should be doing what you do for your children so they have a better life. Someone's offering them a home and a bed, which is me at this moment. Give it to them. Look what's happening. They're trafficking children.
They end up getting into like an altercation, and apparently the mother like hits her because she's trying to kidnap them, it seems.
Don't with me. You're ruining agriculture by doing this. I'm like in shock right now.
But this incident like went very viral and obviously drew a lot of criticism towards her. In 2019, she has an MTV series called Lindsay Lohan's Beach Club, but this doesn't go down very well because she's not in it and it's just like her staff. But people were told that it was going to be Lindsay Lohan and it was like marketed that way too. So it only lasted 1 season and people didn't really like it. In April 2020, she releases her first music in a decade and releases her single Back to Me. After having her music return in 2020, in 2021, she signed a multi-picture deal with Netflix, which marks her return to major film production in almost a decade too. Hi guys, a final editing Ash, but I did just want to mention about the change in Lindsay's look since she has returned and had this low renaissance, because I don't normally like to talk about looks, but it is so tied in to her return and everybody has been speaking about it. And I think really out of everything that people have been talking about since she's come back and done these Netflix movies, that is the biggest talking point, is the difference in how she looks. And I know a lot of people, if you don't work in the medical industry or aesthetic industry or even Hollywood, it can be hard to discern whether this person has had plastic surgery or whether it's just Botox or anything like that. And if you see someone who's over 40, especially over 50, and especially in Hollywood, and they look really good, or there is a change in them as dramatic as Lindsay, or not even as dramatic, it can almost be guaranteed that they have had a facelift. That is usually the thing that differentiates between somebody just looking good for their age or like looking amazing. And in Hollywood, I mean, it used to be 50. That was kind of the cutoff that everybody got a facelift. And there's like a whole joke about don't cheap out and forget your neck. So most people 50 or even a little bit before, they were getting facelifts. People now are getting them younger and younger. You know, Anne Hathaway is someone else who, in my opinion, is what's going on there. And there are so many people who this is just standard. Things like Botox, that is literally freezing you at the point you are. You can't repair or reduce anything with that. And filler, which I like Botox, I'm not a big fan of filler. I think that it's for very particular things. There's no way you could achieve this sort of look that Lindsay has without plastic surgery, in my opinion. And I've heard that these techniques, like between Lindsay and Anne Hathaway and people like that, the new trendy doctor that's doing all these amazing procedures on a lot of actresses and models is a doctor who's based in New York. And his technique is that he goes in and lifts the parts of the face individually, not like pulling it all back at once, like normal procedure in a facelift. And one other really interesting thing is that these facelifts are very much geared towards images and photos. And that's why whenever you see these actresses that have had this type of technique dead on and they're in a still image not moving, they look absolutely flawless. And then whenever there is either facial movement, they're speaking, they're conveying emotions, it looks different than when it's a still image. And that's usually the difference that you can tell if they've had this sort of technique. I mean, obviously it is amazing work. I'm all about doing whatever you want to do to make you happy. And honestly, I think that people should talk more about this stuff. It's also why I am super open about anything like that or Botox and stuff, and even why I put on my pictures if I have filters. But today in Hollywood, you can pretty much guarantee that anybody looking good over 50 and even now close to 40, they have usually had a facelift. But anyway, back to past B. In 2022, she gets married to Badia Shamas. And as I said earlier, he actually went to university with me. He went to University of Tampa. And that year, she also stars in Netflix's romantic comedy, Falling for Christmas. That's released in November. And the film goes on to be the most watched holiday movie in the US that year. In 2023, she gives birth to her son and announces involvement in the sequel to Freaky Friday with Jamie Lee Curtis, and she also appears in a Rita Ora music video. Last year in 2024, she stars in two Netflix romantic comedies, Irish Wish and Our Little Secret. Irish Wish receives really positive reviews, with a lot of people talking about her performance being great. And she does also go on to have a cameo in the Mean Girls musical. And she does go to the premiere too, which gets a lot of buzz and positive publicity towards her because people are just really happy to see her appear in the movie and then be on the premiere carpet with Tina Fey and her. And at this stage, people are just really happy to see her back and looking well and doing movies again and music. And in general, she got a lot of really good publicity the last 2 years. And as I said, she's even back with her original publicist, Leslie Sloan Zellner. So she's doing great. And this year, 2025, the Freaky Friday sequel is coming out, and that's going to be out in August. They just released a trailer 2 or so weeks ago, and people are really excited. And just, again, she's getting a lot of really good publicity, a lot of good press, and a lot of articles talking about this redemption. Lindsay Lohan is one of the most interesting, complicated, nuanced, and infamous and famous stars of all time. I honestly think you'd be really hard pressed to find a millennial woman, especially who's interested in pop culture, that doesn't have a little love for Lindsay. And because of that love, a lot of people have been hopeful that this is the redemption of Lindsay Lohan. But judging by comments made in the vast majority of her recent interviews, there does seem to be a lot of worrying issues and traits that were very prominent in her in the 2000s and 2010s. In an interview she did with Bustle, Lindsay seems to have not really taken any accountability for a lot of her previous bad actions. We've discussed in this video a lot of the harm that she's done in her Hollywood tenure, from taking people's lives in her hands while driving under the influence, to theft, lies, holding up productions, and a lot more. And there's just no accountability for anything. There also even hints at a bit of a rewriting of history, pretending it was her hectic work schedule and not partying that led to her downfall. For more on that Bustle interview and more on a couple of the other interviews we discussed in this video, I really recommend the new podcast, What's Your Issue? The hosts are Darlene from Later Do You Remember This? And Troy from Beyond the Blinds. So is this Lindsay Lohan's comeback? Is it her redemption? I guess the only thing we'll be able to do is wait and see. If you made it to the end of this video, I cannot express my gratitude. Please leave MVP below in the comments so I can personally thank you for watching, and leave a little crown emoji because you're a king, queen, royal individual for making it through this entire video. If you want some more content, I have tons of other videos about behind the scenes stuff. I have other channels, a Patreon, YouTube membership. Everything will be linked down below, along with Miss G and my social media. And I'll be back very soon with some new videos because I am really excited about some behind the scenes TV show ones that we're working on. Consider subscribing if you want to stay up to date with those, but no pressure. Just thank you for being here. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.